Call to order the June 10th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. We're currently on item A1, public comment on closed session agenda. Is there any public comment?
President Caston, there is no public comment.
All right, then we are going to recess to closed session to consider items B1, public employee discipline dismissal release, public B2, conference with labor negotiator, name of designated representing Dr. Vicky Zanz with Santa Rosa Teachers Association, CSCA Santa Rosa 75, and Teamsters Union 665. B3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation cases as listed. B4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. And B5, public employee performance evaluation, title of employees as listed. We're now recessed to closed session. We'll reconvene to our study session, discussion on Special Services Department restructure and SELPA progress update. Our first item, C1, is public comment on the study session. Is there any, and this is just public comment on the items for the study session. Is there any public comment?
President Caston, I have one card. One moment.
And we're going to recognize all members in attendance.
Our first speaker is Margaret Boone. 1 minute, President Caston.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Margaret. Sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon. EdJoin shows job postings for 17 elementary and 7 secondary RISE program assistant positions, 40 elementary and 29 secondary ESN assistants, 7 secondary SEP program assistants, 3 health aid positions, 6 transition program assistant positions, as well as multiple special ed assistant positions in the mild to moderate programs. How will we staff the push-in model that requires special ed assistants when we're already short 109 assistant positions? The new special ed model being touted by the district office requires the use of instructional assistants to support students moving from SDC to Gen Ed and from co-taught to push-in. Where will we get these assistants? Will we have to pay outside agencies at exorbitant rates? One of the major special ed costs that has consistently pushed our budget past what we can afford. Thank you.
President Caston, I do not have any other cards.
All right. We're going to move to item C2, which is our study session discussion on the special services restructure and SELPA formation progress update. I believe Director Fisher is presenting.
Thank you. Trustees, I have some updates both on the SELPA formation piece, which I'll talk to later. I wanted to talk about, discuss the potential restructure for special services. I want to emphasize before starting that this is a work in progress and that additional work will need to be done to ensure that it appropriately aligns with other district initiatives such as MTSS and so forth. And we think there will be good alignment as we move forward. So I'm going to go through the slide deck, but please feel free to ask questions and make comments as we go along. And then towards the after doing the presentation, then I'll talk a little bit about where we're at with respect to SELPA formation for the 2027-2028 school year. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's really prompted the special services restructure was a need to change how we do business in special services and beyond special services, I would say. Yes, the need for budget solutions has had an impact on special services, but the reason we want to restructure special services is to be able to move our district forward, both in the quality of how we deliver special services, how we address students at all levels of support, potentially before they qualify for special education services. And generally speaking, developing coherence and alignment with the district and the board priorities. So I'm going to go through these bullet points, and these were some of the conclusions drawn from the special education study, which I believe came to the board in January of 2025 by Dr. Gillespie. First and foremost was the need for coherence, and coherence within the department. That is, all individuals in the department being on the same page, having very quality and solid procedures that all practitioners, from case managers, paraeducators, parents, students, district staff, SLPs, school psychologists, again, that we have uniform procedures and that they are uniformly applied. In my department, full confession, we do not generally have consistent procedures across the district. And I'll talk about the task force in a bit. And I will say there is no way to make progress and move forward in any sense without having consistent, solid procedures that are followed by district staff. One system approach. The one system approach is looking at special education as not something that is separate from the rest of the educational program and the rest of the district. Special ed students are students. We look at students as not IEP students, but as students. They are students with IEPs who may require some specialized supports, accommodations, and services. To preface some things I'm going to talk about a little bit later, does that limit those kinds of supports to students with IEPs? No, they're all part of the same system, where whether a student has a 504 plan, MTSS supports before qualifying for special education, et cetera. But we need to stop looking at the system where our special education students are isolated and separate. Over-identification, I want to be careful talking about this. So our identification rate, and what that means is the percentage of students who are eligible currently for and receiving special education services in Santa Rosa City Schools, is, depending on what denominator you use, about 18 to 19%. It's a little bit higher than the rate across Sonoma County, and the statewide rate is about 13 to 14%. Does this simply mean we want to cut off 5-6% of students from supports? No, that's not the point. Our goal is not to reduce the identification rate. Our goal is to provide the appropriate supports and services for all students, potentially at lower levels and early before those students necessarily qualify for special education. How will we know that we're being successful? When that identification rate goes down because we're providing appropriate supports for students. Rest assured, any student that qualifies for an IEP and any student prior to that requires services will receive those appropriate services. Disproportionality. So we recently received our annual determination letters. We received one for the secondary district and for the elementary school district. And one positive piece of that in the high school district, we had previously been in the compliance improvement monitoring process, which is based on various state indicators, in the intensive support level for the high school district, and this time we're in the targeted level 3. So that's a little bit lower, a little bit less intense of a process. So that's excellent. Our numbers have improved. That said, we still have work to do. The new area that was identified was disproportionality in the form of Hispanic students who are suspended for more than 10 days. Now, when the annual determination is given to us, it's a 3-year process where we, with consultation with the state, in consultation with SALPA and various stakeholders within our system, develop a plan to address that disproportionality. And so we're at the very beginning of a 3-year cycle. So that's just an example of what disproportionality is. Other areas of potential disproportionality, if we have high rates of students that are identified as specific learning disability, for example, based on race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. The one area we were not identified by the state, and I've mentioned this before, we have a very high rate in the secondary district of white students who are placed in non-public schools. And so that's, again, as we move into the justification for the restructure, that high rate of students in non-public schools is one of the areas of focus that we feel that the restructure can help address. Contracted staff. As was mentioned just a minute ago, we have a heavy reliance on contracted staff. We have made some improvement in hiring district staff in those positions. The SEP program, for example, is close to being completely staffed by district staff. Our transition 18 to 22 in preschool, again, are close to being staffed completely by district staff. So we've made incremental improvement, but that is a significant cost to the district. Aside from that, we want our employees, not contracted employees, serving our Santa Rosa City students. It provides quality jobs for these employees, and it provides a long-term commitment to our students and our district. Out-of-district placements. I mentioned this before. By out-of-district placements, I mean placements in non-public schools, and then the other area would be that are placements with SCO. We don't have a lot of students placed with SCO. I'm estimating in the neighborhood of 13 or 14 next year. We've had some age out this year, but still those are very expensive placements. The rate this year for Sonoma County Office of Education placements was $110,000 per student. And in addition to that, we typically provide transportation, so that is a significant cost to the district. Non-public schools, we have approximately 140 students in non-public schools. Our rate in the high school district is 7.8% of students with IEPs are in separate schools. That would mean non-public schools. That means students with an IEP, that's about 1 out of every 12 students is in a non-public school. That is a huge, huge number. 2 points. It's a fiscal drain, but that's not the most important point. We want to serve our students on general education campuses where there's appropriate opportunities to be in the least restrictive environment and being served when possible as near to their school of residence as possible in Santa Rosa City schools. In comparison to other districts, we are significantly higher. As an example, there was another district we had looked at during SEPA formation, Modesto, which is about twice as large as we are, and they have about a third the number of non-public school placements as we do. So it's a problem. And then fiscal, I'm not going to be able to give the exact number, and this is an issue for likely every district in California, is general fund contribution. That is, the special education funds we receive from the state and the federal government don't even come close to covering our special education costs. And when we don't have enough funds that are special education funds, that's when we have general fund contribution, and it's paid for out of general fund. We don't deny student services because we don't have the special education funds. We pay for those out of general fund contribution. So again, these are areas that were identified by the special education study and also areas that have been highlighted by FCMET. Next slide, please. Thank you. Additional challenges. These are areas that we've identified within our system. I think the first one's fairly obvious, is we are reactive. We lack proactive systems. That is, with respect to litigation, we don't have a lot of litigation and disputes, but we don't have preventative systems, whether that be tier 1 alternative dispute resolution, whether that be having all case managers appropriately trained how to run IEP meetings and write IEPs, et cetera. Least restrictive environment indicators. I mentioned the number of students who are in non-public school placements, and what both the state and federal government, what they prioritize is students being in less restrictive placements. What that means in placements that have as much time in general education with general education students as possible. So the areas that we are problematic in at the secondary level, the problematic area is we don't have enough students that are in general education 80% of the time. These are students with IEPs. So, sorry, we don't have enough. I'm going to try to say it without messing my head up, but we don't have enough students with IEPs who are in general education 80% or more of their day. In other words, there's more than, to say the inverse, they're in a separate setting more than 20% of the day. The compliance indicator for the state, which is what we're trying to meet, and I'm not going to say just because it's a state compliant indicator, but because it's good for students, says that we should be at 80%. And we have, and here I'm going to throw more numbers, it can get confusing. That is, we have around 36% of students with IEPs who are in general education more than 80% of the time. We should have, by the state indicator, over 60%. That's a huge deficit. Now, there are some structural issues in a 6-period day, for example, in high school, and I'll be careful not to rabbit hole, so tell me if I'm going too far. In a 6-period day, if a student is in a special education setting more than 1 period, in other words, 2 out of 6, they're 33%, and then they're not going to meet that number. So what we need to do as a district is find more structures and ways to serve students in general education more of the time, and less in separate settings. The second indicator is we're supposed to have a relatively low number of students who are in general education less than 40% of the time. What that means is we want relatively few students in a special day class placement in general, whether that be an ESN placement, whether it be the mild mod SDCs we're talking about, SEP, RISE, et cetera. There are absolutely students who need those kinds of supports in the specialized setting. But even such students, we want to increase the opportunities for those students in general education, whether it's in electives, whether it's in social science. My brain is very secondary, so I apologize for tending to have that high school lens, and find opportunities for A, those students to be served in less restrictive environments, and B, for those students to have as much time as possible in general education, and finding opportunities as much as we can to have those students served in general education. And I want to emphasize here, we want students who are meaningfully in general education, that are getting some value, that are able to access whatever curriculum is there. Yes, we could simply do a scheduling trick and have some students placed in general education without appropriate supports. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for students with IEPs placed in general education who can make appropriate progress. Staff turnover. In terms of teaching staff, we have pretty high staff turnover in special services. We tend to have a lot of students on who are pre-credential. New teachers who are pre-credential. That's on PIPs and STIPs and so forth, who are just absolutely brand new, have met some minimum criteria, and may develop eventually into quality teachers, but supporting those teachers early on. Many teachers do get support, but we don't have an intentional system for providing that support. For example, if a new teacher comes in at Carrillo with 8 or 9 staff, just as an example, other schools are like this in secondary too, they're likely to get support from their peers and colleagues, but that we don't have an intentional system to provide those supports. A teacher comes in at an elementary school that has 1 special ed or 2 special ed teachers, they're isolated. So in terms of, again, this is resulting in too much staff turnover in special education, particularly in our higher needs classes. Fiscal, and I'm loosely quoting Luz Kazaris on this, with respect to special education, our focus is managing increases in special education. There are going to be increases in special education costs for a lot of different reasons, whether it be non-public schools, vendors, lots of things. It's being able to manage increase. A significant fiscal issue in 24-25 was, I'll say, unanticipated significant increase in special education costs that was focused in the area of non-public agencies and non-public schools. And this was in the several $1 million range. And this is an area that, and I'm going to talk a bit about what we've done. We've made significant efforts both with collaboration with fiscal services and special education services. There are going to be increases. We're not going to cut off services for special education students. Our goal is to be able to predict what our special education costs are, and that's easier said than done, and expend our special education expenditures should be expended as efficiently and appropriately as possible. And then again, this is the point about budget alignment, and that is alignment of the special services budget with the overall budget for the district. And this comes up with close collaboration before first interim, second interim, et cetera. And the key point is, I think, is quality appropriate communication between special services and in both directions and fiscal services so that we accurately budget, project, and make adjustments as we move along. And then lastly, this ties into it too, just collaboration with other departments. Special services has been relatively isolated within the district from other departments. Next slide, please. So continuing initiatives, I want to talk about some things that we're doing, and then I promise I'm going to get to the restructuring point. Special Education Task Force has been moving along since August of 2025. And the main focus for Special Education Task Force has been on developing materials and procedures, including procedural manuals. We're developing for example, one-pagers for how to appropriately manage and work with aides in the classroom, for manifestation determination, special education discipline, et cetera. SELPA formation, yes, we're not doing it for 26, 27, but we are gearing and preparing for SELPA formation for a Santa Rosa City Schools SELPA composed of 2 districts, the high school district and the elementary school district. To commence in the 27-28 school year, and I'll talk a little bit about that later as well. Continuing close collaboration between fiscal and special services. We're having weekly meetings with fiscal services. It's been our account techs and fiscal budget techs that are assigned to special services, and Joel and myself, and it's been a very, very fruitful relationship, at least from my point of view. Developing data and budget processes, that is, again, internally, when we have a new student who requires certain kinds of services or non-public agency services, how do we document those, report those to fiscal, and monitor as our costs go up and down depending on what students are in our district. In addition to that, we've had very close collaboration with information and evaluation in appropriately reporting special education data, which is a less well-known but increasingly important and critical part of what special services has to do. That is report special education data to the state. In addition, collaboration with human resources, I think the biggest project that has been taken on is developing position control, meaning that special services has hired in the past a large number of contract aides that hadn't been tied to a specific position in the district. What that means is every position, every hired position, contracted, et cetera, has to be an approved position within the district. And if we can't fill the position through hiring a district person, then we are allowed to contract with an agency. But that agency aide needs to be attached to a Santa Rosa City Schools. I know this is getting sort of fiscal nerdy, but it's incredibly important for keeping fiscal control of our budget. Okay, and as I mentioned, collaboration with information in evaluation in terms of data reporting, and a little bit later we're talking about with respect to SELPA formation, that piece. And then recruiting district employee aides. We have not gotten as many as we'd like, but we've had good steady progress and continuing progress over the course of the year. Next slide, please. So restructure. And then we have a couple of org chart slides, the before and after, in a second. But in the restructure, administrators are assigned by function. That is, they have different task areas within special services. Second, it's addressing areas identified by the special education study, which I mentioned before, and other areas of concern. Coherence, developing procedures, developing expertise in certain areas rather than having potentially 6 administrators who may all be on different pages with respect to how to write an IEP, for example. Oops, I have a typo, but out of district placements and dedicating staff to work on that. Thank you. And MTSS. One big focus of the special education study was development of MTSS, and the district is launching a major initiative in that area, working with Dr. McCarty and through the CAPS process. And we feel like the restructure, we need to have conversations, but will align extremely well with that, with the MTSS initiative for the district. System. Our main goal is to develop systems. Again, seems simple, but it's not. And that we develop, among administrators, we develop very specific expertise in various areas as opposed to having several program managers who are sort of jack of all trades. Lastly, a team-based approach. Special education in our district and many districts is different service providers are very isolated from each other. That is, a student might have speech on an IEP, an OT, and a behavior service, et cetera, on an IEP. And I'll say a more modern approach is that we approach every student with various staff with various expertise in a team-based approach. A student may have a particular challenge or a particular issue. Is it necessarily the speech person going to be involved? Maybe, maybe not. But when we have a team approach where we have, for example, speech language pathologists, OTs, behaviorists, ed specialists all working together, they can come up with a more efficient plan to serve that student. Anecdotally, my perception is sometimes students have a sort of typical battery of services on their IEP, and those different services may not be working in concert or collaboratively towards supporting the student. And that's both inefficient and occasionally can work at cross purposes. So that's one approach that we really want to move our system towards. Next slide, please. Okay, here's the before. I'm barely going to be able to read that, but this is the org chart. At least the color reflects my baseball team, so that's a win. You can guess. I'm not going to win a lot of fans up here. Okay, so the org chart for this year has been thank you. Executive director, coordinator, and then there's been program manager for the RISE program, and then program managers would support their RISE classes and different sites. And you can see RISE program manager is also supporting non-public schools, ANOVA, because ANOVA aligns with our RISE program, for example, and somewhat disproportionate because we have around 43 students placed at ANOVA, which is a lot. We've had a program manager for the transition, the 18 to 22 program. We've had a program manager for the secondary extensive support needs program, an elementary extensive support needs program, middle school extensive support needs program manager, and again, various other duties assigned to different sites. And early childhood education, which is Santa Rosa Early Learning Academy, which is momentarily moving to Biella program manager / principal in charge of that. We've had a .2 DHH program up at Hidden Valley, managing that program, and a SEP counseling and rich program manager and managing sites. In essence, the model in the past has been these individuals are principals for their programs. And so essentially we had an ESN principal and a SEP principal and so forth. Okay. And if we could move to the new potential proposed model, executive director, we're proposing 504 coordinator of mental health, which we've has been hired to mental health services have all been brought under special services instead of being split between wellness and engagement for general ed, mental health services, and special ed. We feel that being completely under special services, this breaks down the distinction between services to students with IEPs and without. It's mental health services. It may be a different level of mental health services, but they're still students in mental health services. And then program managers broken down, program managers, program specialists divided in different ways. So one program manager focused on compliance, IEP quality, data reporting, data systems. We will develop one person who has extreme expertise in this very technical area. What I've found being the executive director, and I'll say that has been my wheelhouse in the past, is we don't have consistent, uniform IEP knowledge among administrators. So it's such an area of specific expertise. Secondly, one program manager for now dedicated to out-of-district placements. So non-public schools, we have IEPs for these 140 students every year. And to have our students, I'm not going to say bring the students back, but identify when students can be served in Santa Rosa City Schools on a public school campus. And we've been inconsistent because we've had 6 different program managers who are assigned to that. We have school psychs covering those meetings, et cetera. So the goal in this case is to, first, ensure that that the non-public schools have accountability. They're providing appropriate services for the students. They're not overbilling us and so forth. Secondly, to have somebody who can make a concerted effort to identify students who may be able to be successful in Santa Rosa City Schools on public school campuses. At every IEP meeting, for every student, we should, and whether they're served on a public school campus or not, we should always be asking the question, can we move this student into any more general education, less restricted placements? Always ask that question. Non-public school placements should be temporary. And a non-public schools, this is a separate environment, very strict supports, very controlled environment. In some ways, it's wonderful for the students and families. At the same time, I will argue it is not preparing the students for the real world because the environment is so protected. I know it's difficult to be on the public school campus. There's a lot more commotion, et cetera, but in the long run for most students, not all, most students, it will ultimately be what's best for students with the appropriate programs and supports. To have that experience in general education, yes, with some of the commotion of our high school or middle school sites, because that's what you have to deal with in the real world as you move on towards adulthood and into adulthood. And our goal with every student, IEP student or not, is to prepare those students to be successful in whatever endeavors they may choose to do beyond age 18, beyond diploma, beyond 22, whatever. And part of that is enabling those students to develop those skills to be successful in the real world. Behavior, MTSS, intensive student support. So this is an area in special services. We have a significant number of referrals for assessment and qualifications for special education that there are behavioral components involved. Whether the student qualifies with respect to a quote unquote behavioral disability or whether they are referred for some other reason. Developing structures, and it also seems to be a significant demand across all our sites for more supports to work with and support our students with behavior challenges. And this is an effort for the most part to work with students pre-referral, that is before getting into special education services, what supports can be developed for the students at school sites before that. For qualification for special education. If the student needs special education, they need special education, it's fine. But what we need to do is provide appropriate supports before that. The next area, ESN, that's the one, extensive support needs, the one area, since it is, insofar as it is a very, very complicated area. We typically have multiple service providers, including but not limited to nursing services, occupational therapy services, speech services, physical therapy services, sometimes counseling services, et cetera. A lot of moving pieces, and we have a significant number of students who have health needs. And that's one area where it's thought to have a program manager who is able to understand and coordinate all those moving pieces for that. And then last but not least, early childhood education, program manager and principal, similar to how the program manager is currently functioning. And how do these individuals support the schools? So compliance, IEP quality data systems, a big piece of that is working with teachers to directly support IEP writing, how to facilitate and run IEP meetings, et cetera. And one more piece I want to talk about that is what we're proposing also is some, for lack of a better term, teacher coaches to support new teachers. And one of the areas is in IEP writing and IEP meeting facilitation, et cetera. Again, I mentioned the high turnover among teachers. And so I think a critical area to provide support is with new teachers, both to develop good skills, and that's the most important part, to be able to serve our students well, and to retain those teachers in Santa Rosa City schools, developing them into outstanding teachers. And so the coaches we've identified in a couple of different areas, and a pair at the elementary and a pair at the secondary level. One is, again, IEP compliance. IEP writing is not easy, and particularly for individuals who haven't taken an IEP writing class. And it's legally important, but just as important as writing an IEP document that a parent can understand and can make an informed decision about whether they want to consent to the IEP services for their student, understand the program for their student. In addition to that, develop a document that if that student transfers to another district, they have that IEP with them and can carry on. In addition to that, with respect to dispute and potential litigation, it's an area. If we have procedural errors, or I'll say loosely IEP areas, that puts us in a more difficult position if we get into litigation or disputes. So that's a piece of it too. But I would say mostly the purpose of this is to support our students. The second area for coaches is instructional coaches, and particularly in the world of special education, we tend not to have consistent curriculum and consistent teaching practice. Teachers are doing the best they can, and usually they learn from their peers and so forth. But providing this intentional support, and these are brand new teachers in many cases before they even have an intern credential, and our students deserve and our teachers deserve to be appropriately trained to support their students. One more piece I wanted to mention, just backtracking just a second, about the IEP compliance coaches. Those individuals can potentially serve as administrative designees during IEP meetings. There's a concern among site administrators, and it is a well-founded concern, about how am I going to, with cuts in special services, how am I going to be at all these IEP meetings? There are ways to do it within the law. Individuals can be designated as administrative designees that can represent the district that does not have to have an administrative credential. So this is a potential piece here. In addition to that, with respect to the IEP coaches, the way we're envisioning it is that they would run the first several IEP meetings with the new teacher. And sort of that classic model, I do, we do, you do, and release it so the IEP, so that the teacher develops those skills. And Other concerns in general, we floated the idea out there, and I want to say these are not written in stone, and as we move forward and align with MTSS initiatives and the needs of the district, whether these structures are implemented within a year or 2 years, this is flexible. We've considered a full-time special ed substitute. There's a significant issue with unfilled positions in special education substitutes. I see the list, and as many of my colleagues do, we see the list every morning about the unfilled positions, and sometimes 40–50% of the unfilled positions. And what I mean by unfilled is teachers out, we don't have a sub for the class. And sometimes 40–50% of the positions are special education positions, and they tend to be in our higher needs classes. Just want to let that point rest. We're unfilled positions in our higher needs classes. So what ends up happening, program managers, site administrators, other teachers move in period by period. So it's something in the long run we really need to address. In the data world, we currently have 3, it says SACE technician, but that's my mistake, special education technicians. SACE is the special ed software with which we work for writing IEPs and reporting to the state. And in addition to that, we've identified a data specialist position. So moving into SELPA formation, there are a couple of additional pieces that a SELPA has to do. There's some fiscal reporting pieces, and there's some data reporting pieces. I will say it's with a SELPA that is composed of 2 districts. It's a little bit easier than, say, Sonoma County SELPA that has 44 districts, et cetera. But because the SELPA itself, we report to the SELPA, and the SELPA has to certify the data to go to the state. In addition to that, one of the most helpful functions I see from on a daily basis from the SELPA is that providing advice on how to handle data reporting issues. And so we need to develop that expertise in-house, and that's why a recommendation of a data specialist under the information and evaluation is something that we're recommending at least at some point going forward as we move into developing our SELPA. In other words, we're not going to have the helping hand from the SELPA in terms of data reporting. We have to do it on our own, so we have to develop that capacity. Okay. I'm going to go ahead.
Just for time purposes, it's okay, I think, if we don't go further into the SELPA part of the conversation, because we'll have opportunity for that going forward. I think sticking with the restructure and the things relevant to the budget.
Sure.
All right.
Fair enough. Okay, so I want to, boy, I talked for a long time. I want to sort of open the floor for questions, comments.
And I'll move us through here. Actually, I want to quickly start. If you could, for like 45 years now, there's been a move to move services for folks with different abilities out of institutions. And I'm talking broadly. So out of institutions and more into the community. And, I think we saw it start in the 80s and then within the last 10 years, we saw big changes in adult services, eliminating day programs that were not based in the community. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of what you're talking about is our version of that transition and that movement. One of the things that I think was often left out of this transition has been, creating the understanding, especially around behavioral disabilities within the communities that are used to it all being hidden behind, an institution or hidden behind another wall. Can you just address how some of this restructure is going to help with that part of this transition?
Sure. And so a big piece of it, and we have a program manager dedicated to the behavioral, and one piece I want to talk about is so-called hidden disabilities, and that students, how would I put it? Student behavior may not be understood. and may not be understood in a general education or a general education campus. And so a piece of this is understanding the disability, how it manifests, understanding that sometimes, I'm going to say loosely, quirky behaviors are just quirky behaviors. And that in addition to that, if there's a student who has behavioral challenges, there are appropriate ways to respond to that. And typically I'll say at very quick and low levels where the students can function perfectly well. That said, though, that requires education for all folks on the campus to be able to recognize that. You made the analogy to moving into the community, and the community, I don't want to say just get used to it, but come to an understanding of these individuals who are now in their community. And sometimes the behavior may be a little bit, quote unquote, different from they're used to. So there's a big education piece and working with school staff, general education staff, all staff, administrators, parents, et cetera, to have a good understanding of how students function, how students with disabilities function, and how to respond to them at very low levels appropriately to keep them in the mainstream, to keep them included.
So I anticipate that we'll go to 6:15 on this study session just for folks that are here. I'm going to go to Trustee Delatorre next and then Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you, President Caston. John, thank you very much for your presentation. I got a few things I just want to go through and try and get through them quickly because I know time is of the essence, but there are things that are important.
Yep.
The coherence piece is really concerning for me because it's something that I've continued to ask for. It's something I've heard previous boards continue to ask for and staff asked for, and it was recommended in January 2005. And admittedly, we're just not quite where we'd like to be.
Yep.
Coherent. And how can we possibly consider a SELPA formation if we are not further along in our coherence of ourselves within our district as a department, let alone a separate SELPA formation? So it's going to be really key and crucial. And none of that happens without policies and practices that are followed across the board,
Sure.
district-wide, opposed to isolated situations on each campus. Things do work differently, but we need to be able to give our teachers and staff a playbook and our administrators a playbook on how things should go.
Yes.
Including, this IEP meetings and how they're structured. As a parent of 2 students with IEPs and 504s, there were several meetings that administrator was not present. So how do we, to say that we can have an administrative liaison, that's fine, but it has to be put into play and implemented appropriately so that it's the parents and families understand what that means and who to expect. And that a big piece of this is educating our students and families as advocates for our students so that they understand who their resources and who their advocates are in those meetings so they're getting the best for their students. A lot of this is going to come back because I know other people have questions, so it's not just hear me out, please.
Yeah.
When it came to disproportionality, I know that it had come up that the high rate of Hispanic students being suspended for more than 10 days.
Yes.
And I want to ensure that we're looking at district-wide through the appropriate lens that we may have a higher rate of Hispanic students, but that's our highest rate of enrolled students. So ensuring that we're looking at it appropriately so that we can fix what needs to be fixed. In no way, shape, or form should any of our students be disproportionately treated. But if we have a higher number of a certain ethnically represented students, they're going to show up throughout our data. So ensuring that we're going through that data appropriately so we can find what's broken and fix it and really focus on the issues the right way. Fiscal collaboration, something I wrote down because it really spoke to me and I heard a lot from the teachers, is work done with each other, not to each other. So I ask that we continue to collaborate department-wide within the district office, that everybody's talking to each other because it's been such a struggle. And fiscal responsibility is across the board for all of our departments. So ensuring that those collaborative efforts remain true and strong and to fidelity, and that we're all talking to each other in those meetings. And we're not having a meeting, we're saying, you need to do this because I said so. It's what can we do to make things better and how do we do this to be fiscally solvent. It's come up about, teachers and investment into the teachers and the aides and retaining them, but there's no way to invest and retain if we cannot maintain fiscal solvency. I mean, that bottom line, that's where it really hurts, that we can have all the great intent, we can create all the best positions needed, and if we're not fiscally solvent, then those new positions that we've invested in and we've trained and we hired, they're the first to let go when we don't have the revenue to keep them. So it's really important that we keep our eyes on all of this very vital information as we're moving forward. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for hearing my pieces of it. And I know others have questions, so I don't expect a bunch of answers right now.
Yeah, I just want to mention one piece and that resonated with me in terms of that I neglected to mention, and that's the parent education and information piece. We've had parents who have been part of the special education task force, and that's a piece of it. In addition to that, we've been continuing to meet with the developing a good group in our community advisory committee. And then again, there's this, we will not be successful without those parent education efforts. So how would I put it? Parents know what their rights are and they know what to expect at IEP meetings and who to expect there. Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins, then Dufasi, and then Prack.
Thanks. And thank you so much for all of your work. This will be my last meeting with you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple questions. As was identified, policies and procedures, I've had practices for some reason. Policies and procedures are something that we need to improve on, as well as identifying. So I'm wondering, as far as, since work shifts over summer, is there anyone who is identified within the district who is working on both of these things over summer? So someone who is starting the charge, maybe in the middle of the charge, of developing those policy and procedure kind of manuals to get something out sooner rather than later. And then the identification piece, I'm wondering if maybe this is something that's already been done or is being thought of being done in the near future. What we're doing to, especially with the feeder districts, what conversations, meetings are happening over summer to ensure that, not redoing, but collaboration on what the next step is for each student, so that we're not just carrying something over.
I'm going to just make a comment. Again, a piece I neglected to mention. That's a super important point. A student's coming from a feeder district, and we need to make sure to have those conversations and looks at the student and with the family and their needs. Hey, are we just going to continue what's happened before? Do we have a great program within Santa Rosa City Schools that's different, that can appropriately meet the needs of those students? Because we offer different things than the feeder districts do. So thank you for bringing up an incredibly important piece. And every year we have limited time to do that. We basically have spring through summer to be able to do that. Once the year starts, they're likely staying in the same placement.
Do we have pretty solid established relationships with those feeder district people as far as their district staff?
Yes, they do have some turnover, but we have generally good relations. We get information typically very quickly from our feeder districts, and generally have established procedures. I think there's a perception in the community, just in general, and even in our district, that if a student has a placement from a feeder district, it just carries on. It's just sort of automatic, whether it be a SCO or whatever. This has been one of my goals, is to sort of break that perception. And then if a student needs to continue in the same place, fine. But that should be part of our decision-making process and our offer to the student. We should look at every student and see, does that student have an opportunity to be in a different place, particularly on one of our comprehensive campuses that may serve that student better?
Thank you. And then lastly, as far as resources for parents, professionally, I know that Triple P is a wonderful program for just parenting support. I'm wondering if we are offering our parents anything like that to support them in their parenting with a variety of abilities of students?
Both in task force and CSA, we've had some initial discussions about that, and ways to work with families to be able to support their students. So initial discussions, but not beyond that at this point, but it's a goal.
We're going to go to trustee Dufasi, Prack, and Kirby. And I do want to actually state that we also have Brittany Affronti on to answer questions. She was a part of our last study session. She's online.
Yes, she is speaking from Spain.
Yep. So let me go to trustee Dufasi.
Thank you, President Caston. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your presentation. I echo a lot of what my colleagues have already said, and being the parent of two soon-to-be seventh graders on the spectrum with IEPs, this is obviously a topic pretty near and dear. My son will be attending the ESN class at Montgomery this coming August. I will say that I still don't feel entirely confident in everything we're doing for lack of information. Maybe that's more on me than anybody else, but I will personally follow up. You have a lot of goals. We have a lot of goals. I'd like to see more concrete action on how we're going to make them happen. One question, and I'd like your recommendation. I know you're leaving us soon, but you noted the high vacancy with teachers in the higher needs class, which I can completely understand because that's tough work. And that's where my son's going. So that's
Exactly.
hard work
Yeah.
for those folks. And you said we need to work on it. Yes. What I'd like to get from you to us at some point is what is your recommendations on how we can get more teachers in that space and to keep them, because I'm a big proponent of stability. Consistency goes with that. You mentioned it about, new teachers coming and getting them support so they'll stay, and we need to do that. And I have a couple of my own ideas, but, you live it. We have teachers. Hopefully they can give us some of their suggestions as well, but we need to make that happen. So I'd like to get more meat on the bones. I concur with Trustee Jenkins when she talked about parent support. That's huge. We're fortunate. My kids were diagnosed through Kaiser at the age of 3. So we've been able to access services through Kaiser for the last 9-10 years, or 9 years or 12. So they're paid from Kaiser outside of the district. But if we can identify more of that or these other areas, that's hugely, hugely, hugely important. And if we're going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Fisher, if you don't mind, I'd give Brittany a moment to actually talk about the teacher supports.
Yep.
Hello. All right. So a lot of things, and it is 3:00 in the morning for me, so forgive me. One thing I really want to mention that just hearing everyone talk that I've heard, and it's my new favorite phrase, a teacher's working conditions are a student's learning environment. And so when we are thinking about how we want to ensure that what we are doing is student-centered, we also have to make sure that we are putting equal importance on what's happening for the teachers, because there's your domino effect right there. The restructure, the whole idea of the restructuring, how that impacts teachers. We have had a really difficult time, as John has said. You can have 6 different program managers with 6 different answers to the same question, and that's because we don't have a single system in place. You have program managers who are in charge of high schools who have only taught elementary. And it is a different skill set. There are different things that are needed in elementary versus in high school. And so having switching to a model where we're not requiring our program managers to know everything, because it is a lot, and having them have just their specific area is going to be such a huge and positive shift for us on the ground, because it means that the information that we get is going to be the right information. Having a system where we have procedures in place, where we've got one place to look, is going to be huge. We in task force have been working on creating a procedure hub. And so it's a lot of it is creating these actual, like, what does it mean? What is the MD process? What is, as John was saying, getting aid. So what are all of those processes? So to have a place where as a teacher, as an ed specialist, I can go there and that's going to give me all my answers. And then same for a gen ed teacher to have their own specific, I've got my question, where do I go? The other piece of that we have been trying to work on is also creating a parent resource hub. And so that would also give us the support for our families and as well as admin. So I think we need desperately to have systems, like just the most basic systems, and have them written down, not just stickies on a computer. And then the other piece, hold on, I wrote it down because there was a lot. So Trustee Jenkins, you mentioned, was there any summer work? There are absolutely people who would totally be down to work over the summer, but teachers are not going to work for free. So we need the district to come up with a plan to allow us to be able to do that work, because we do want to get it done, because we want to start the year off right, but we're not going to give away our labor for free any more than we already are. And that includes also for the feeder districts that you were discussing. There have been we have transition meetings, but I know a lot of them were delayed because of negotiations. And so that would be another area where allowing teachers to hold transition meetings over the summer if needed for our feeders would be really good. And that's money. And then just for the coaches, we really need that, because our teachers are working for free to support their peers. So we need the coach positions to become a priority and to actually be worked on at the negotiations table to come up with job descriptions so we can fly those.
Excellent. Thank you, Brittany. And stay on just in case there's other questions. We're going to go to Trustee Prack and then Trustee Kirby.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Several questions, so you guys can decide who wants to answer. What would you say the benefits are with the reorg for teachers and students?
The benefits to the reorg for teachers and students. Okay. First off, I'm going to sort of reiterate the developing coherence, and the way I want to sort of express this is it's very common for a teacher to ask, who do I call to find this out? And we want to have very clear procedures, typically, that you don't have to call somebody to find out something, that it's very efficient. Information is at one's fingertips, or you're trained. In addition to that, with respect to support for teachers, I'm going to go back to the new teacher point with support from potential support from the teacher IEP coaches and the teacher instructional supports. That is direct support for new teachers who are, again, going to stay with the district and typically develop into outstanding teachers. With the restructure proposal with respect to program manager specialist who is focused on compliance and IEP writing, we have one voice. We have one voice who knows how to write IEPs, has worked with our legal and done trainings and so forth. So we don't have different answers from 3 or 4 different people. And we know we have one person to contact. It's not dependent on the site. We don't have to figure this out. With respect to non-public school, I'm the person managing out-of-district placements. We will have a clear, and I hadn't mentioned this before, referral process. There will be an individual who will manage when there's a student who is being referred for, say, a non-public school or something like that. We'll have a clear process before that happens, which, again, that's going to benefit at least our special education teachers in knowing how clearly to move a student forward for referral. With respect to families, I mean, first and foremost, well-trained teachers will be directly supporting students more effectively. In the other area, I want to focus more specifically on the program manager specialist position who would be doing the behavioral supports most intensively at sort of a pre-special education higher level. That is directly benefiting students before they qualify for special education services. In addition to that, this would be developing supports for pre-referral supports, both Tier 1, Tier 2, again, aligning with the initiatives, the CAPS initiative to support students more directly. Finally, I want to emphasize one more point, which I don't think I was clear enough about, the one system answer. Every student, whether they're in a program or not, at Montgomery High School is a Montgomery High School student. The site administrator is the site administrator for all students. We will not have that separation. We have structural separation, I'll say, between general education and special education. And I don't think there's any intent to this whatsoever, but the more we develop structures that all students on a campus are students at that campus and not managed by a separate program, I think is for the benefit of all students, both general education and special education.
Thank you. And so I know with the students or parents that place their students in the non-public schools, how do we bring them back with the reorg? Or they have that privilege to go where they feel like their child will get best served?
Yeah, so there are a couple pieces here. And yes, if a student is placed in a non-public school and that's on a consented to IEP, we will have to get parent consent to bring that student back. But that said, with a program manager who is focused on working with these families and arranging for families to visit our own programs, talking at the IEPs about the benefits of bringing the students back to school, and really selling the quality of our programs and being concerned with the parent worries and concerns about being on a comprehensive school site, we think it will be able to move the needle. In addition to that, there's a number of cases where I don't think the families would necessarily be opposed to coming back to Santa Rosa City Schools, but we haven't done a really good job of identifying the cases where we can do that. And so if we have in the reorg, if we have a program manager helping to deliver a consistent message and ensure that at all IEP meetings for non-public school students, that the non-public schools are working on strategies to bring the student back. What does the new student particularly need to work on to be able to move back into Santa Rosa City Schools? And building those structures through the IEP meetings with students in these more restrictive placements, we believe will move the needle and will be able to bring at least a percentage of the students back. Are we going to have cases where parents they're just not comfortable bringing the student back, even though we think they would be appropriate? Yes, we're going to have some of those cases.
Okay. And then
Can I just add on to that really quick? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Can I add on really fast? Okay. One piece of that I think that's really going to be key is if you've got one person in charge of that, they're going to know all of those kids. And that is going to be huge. Knowing the kids, knowing the families, building those relationships. and bringing them back. I've seen students who have started coming onto campus for, let's say, an elective, something that was really important to them. And that was the thing that like was the spark that was like, okay, I can do the elective. Why don't I, next semester add on an English class or a math class? And so being able to do more of that through the relationships and knowing the kids, I think that that's also going to be one way that we're going to be able to successfully bring people back and bring them back in a way that they are excited to do so.
Thank you. I have 2 more questions. So with the public comment that was earlier about all the positions that we need that are vacant for the special ed, I guess, department,
Yeah.
that are needed in the schools, how can we provide the co-taught like push-in model if we can't fill those positions?
Okay, if there's any, I mean, the sort of easy answer, if there's our positions that we can't be filled by hiring district staff, then we will contract for those positions to be filled.
From outside agencies,
correct.
like Inspire and
Inspire is an example of one, Emerges, but there's many out there, right?
But those positions pay more for their staff, right?
With respect to, so are we talking about comparing to what you would pay within Santa Rosa City Schools versus what the pay rate is?
Yes, for like assistants.
I'm going to say it depends. With our negotiations and agreement with CSCA last year, our salaries are pretty commensurate with respect to our behavioral aides when we're moving up into some of our higher need positions. In addition to that, I think the big selling point with respect to district positions is benefits and the ability to grow and move up within the system. I think the recruiting piece is convincing potential applicants that yes, it is worth it to move into the system and get significant benefits and be able to move up into higher paid positions, whether it be into special services or not. But that said, when we did move our salary scales up with special education, many of the positions are basically competitive with the non-public agency positions.
Okay, because okay, thank you. And then last question, with the MTSS, and I might be confused. So with the support, with the MTSS model, with that support in our schools, and I want to say it's with the push-in model that we're implementing next year, my concern with that is how does that support the gen ed, especially if there's behavioral problems with kids that might need more assistance, like with distractions in the classroom or furniture being thrown. I've had kids to come home and tell my kids when they were younger tell me that a kid threw a chair because they were having a hard time regulating their system.
Right. So thank you. So about a couple of points on that. One is whether the students with behavior have IEPs or not at this point is putting support structures in place so we can teach or work with the students to develop skills. In addition to that, with respect to aides pushing in or supporting students with IEPs in classroom, I think the expectation is that they are supporting those students, but that does not preclude them from potentially supporting the whole classroom of students as needed. I want to go back to a particular point that is with respect to hiring district aides. If those individuals are 75% employed, they do receive full benefits. Many of our special education aides are 0.75s or 0.875s, depending on whether they're in the elementary or secondary, and they do get full benefits even at that 0.75 of a FTE position. Sorry, a bit of a side point, but that's an attractive thing for being able to hire district aides.
Can I pop in again?
60 seconds, and then I'm going to go.
just part of this is in terms of the MTSS and how it's going to support is looking at not just waiting until a kid has failed or completely blown up to get support to say, let's see if you qualify for an IEP, but providing those supports that traditionally have been only for special education in general ed, and looking at student support more holistically from that lens.
Just one more quick comment. I just wanted to give a big thanks to our CSEA partners for working with us to hire more district aides, both with our work with them last summer in negotiating the increase in the salary scale for those individuals, and all along they've been supportive. We are completely on the same page with CSEA in terms of hiring more of our contract aides into district positions. So I wanted to again recognize that work that we've been doing collaboratively in that area.
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes left on this. I'm going to wrap this at 6:25, and Trustee Kirby's questions will be our last ones.
All right, I'll make it quick. Again, thank you for the presentation, and you're obviously going to be sorely missed in our department. Thanks for all your hard work you provided for us. In the presentation, I just want to make sure it wasn't attached to the original agenda. We're going to get that attached so everyone can. Thank you.
Yes.
I know Dr. Gillespie's report, as well as what we've talked about in some of the fiscal items in the past, that the contracted staff using outside agencies.
Yeah.
One of the big costs, as you brought up, as well as just my quick public math said that it's about $15.4 million that we paid for the out of district 140 students at 110 each.
That seems ballpark. That seems about right. If we include our non-public agency, our contract aides, we're getting.
And that's without the transportation piece, right?
Yeah, and the transport. Yes, and thank you for mentioning that. Every one of those non-public school students, we are paying for transportation, and pretty significant transportation there.
Right.
Yes.
I look forward to the establishing the procedures, the manuals that you were talking about, getting that done so that when we know you're leaving and when other people, if they happen to leave, we want to make sure those procedures are in place for the people that easily take that position.
It has to be independent of the individuals in any particular. I think what you're getting at, it's independent. We get a new teacher and we have the same procedures. I'm gone. We still have the same procedures. Yeah, exactly.
Correct. I really appreciate the organizational charts, especially I know we've been asking and pushing for that for a long time. Hope that carries over into the other departments, and if we can kind of get that from the district in general. So when I look at the restructure, I kind of count everything up about 15 full-time equivalents for the restructure.
Right, when we're including administrative positions and other positions, something of that nature, yeah.
Okay, and where are we right now? I just want to know from a perspective.
Okay, right now we are staffed with 9 administrators. We have 5 behavior specialists or 5 behavior managers. So we're staffed at approximately 14. There's a 0.5 of a 504 coordinator, not technically under special services, but we're potentially counting that in that. And we don't have teacher coaches or anything of that's associated with special services. With respect to speech language pathologists and OT, we have OTs to begin with. They've just been in a different role. And what we're suggesting in the restructure to be able to use SLPs or an SLP FTE and an OT FTE to provide that pre-referral or pre-special education support.
And we're hoping also that some of the savings that we hoping to realize from forming our own SELPA will be able to cover some of those.
I think so. And one thing, sorry, Nick, but it's one thing I haven't gotten to, in the return on investment. And we have pretty significant litigation costs for a district our size, not bad, but we expect when we have procedures in place, better written IEPs and so forth, that's going to cut down on dispute and more better information for parents. That's going to cut down on disputes, and that's going to cut down on litigation and or pre-litigation, the settlement agreements I bring to y'all. And is that return on investment going to show immediately? No, but there is going to be a cost savings, we believe, down the road by implementing this restructure. And then, as has been mentioned by many folks, including Jeremy, and having procedures that are consistent procedures distributed well among the district and appropriate parent information. So.
Right. I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right, we are at 6:24, so I'll take that 1 minute. Director Fisher, thank you very much for the presentation, and also thank you very much for your service. I know that you're on special presentation for retirement tonight as well, and I just appreciate everything that you've put into the school district. So on behalf of the board, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been my pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you.
All right, we are going to reconvene to general open session. If everyone can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and stay standing for the territorial land acknowledgement, which will be presented by Director Fisher.
Testing, testing, testing. Okay. The land acknowledgement for Santa Rosa City Schools. I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
All right, we're now going to move to our special presentation for our outgoing student board members. If we could have Trustee Carrillo and Trustee Fitzsimmons. All right. Well, Trustee Carrillo, having you on the other side of the dais is it's different. I'm used to having to look this way. So I just want to start by thanking you for your service, your engagement as a board member. Having the student voice, when you look at the ed code and the purpose of having a student voice on the board is to have that voice engaged in our discussions, our deliberations. I think you embodied that quite significantly. So I want to thank you for your time and your service. I'm going to give an opportunity for each of my colleagues to join me in plying you with accolades. So I'll first go to Trustee Medina, who is online.
Thank you. Johnny, thank you for all of your service. I remember when you first joined the board and you walked up to me quietly and shyly and just introduced yourself. And from there, you blossomed to like doing such a good job as a student representative in so many ways. All I can say is that I'm proud of you, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity to actually interact with you on several levels and to see all that you're involved with. And I look forward to all that's ahead. But thank you again for all you've done and all you will continue to do. Yeah. You hold a special place in my heart.
Trustee Dufasi.
Thank you. We only got to serve one meeting together, I think, since I'm new. But what I will say is I think it's fantastic that you stepped up to do it. I think it shows a lot for you and your character, and I hope you continue on.
Trustee Prack?
It was nice we started on the same day. And you were an excellent neighbor for me. I just want to say from one Lobo to another, I hope you do good in the world and that we each have special gifts, and I hope you share your gift with others. And I wish you the best in college. And congratulations on your graduation as well.
Trustee Jenkins?
I'm really trying not to cry tonight, but we will see how this goes. Thank you so much. I just want you to know that your presence up here has been astounding. You have brought different things to the board that I haven't seen before from us. Well, I haven't been paying as much attention to the student trustees, don't tell anyone. But what you brought up here was amazing. I loved how you brought so much empathy and compassion to such a trying time for our community. It's not working. The tears are happening. So I just thank you very much. Thank you for showing me around Elsie. Thank you for showing up, speaking up, being brave. And I really look forward to hearing about your future in the newspaper, all over the news, about all the wonderful things that you do with your life. Thank you so much.
Trustee Kirby?
Also, thanks. Again, I know it can be intimidating to sit up here and have everyone staring at you. And as you know, I saw your confidence build as the more time you got up here, and I want you to take that forward and do great things. Thanks again.
Trustee De La Torre?
Johnny, you spoke from your heart, young man. And I cherish that and appreciate that so much. And you showed up for your fellow students. You showed up for your community. And you showed up for the entire school district community to ensure that your voice was shared and heard, and that others that didn't have an opportunity to speak or heard those words were spoken. I also want to tell you how grateful I was for your poise and artistry and strength performing for our reclassification ceremony. It was so beautiful to see you up there, and you got out before I can get down and tell you how proud I was of you. But just hearing the strength in your voice, seeing the strength in your character, seeing how you show up and present yourself, and you should be very proud of yourself, young man. I'm very proud of you, and I want your family to hear how amazing you are. And I, with everyone else, looks forward to seeing the paths that you blaze. And congratulations on your promotion. Best of luck on all your future endeavors. And don't be a stranger. You can get up to that podium and still use those strong words whenever you want to.
And Superintendent August.
Trustee Carrillo, I just have to say it has been such a pleasure and a privilege to serve with you. I really appreciate your great engagement, your involvement, not only up here on the dais, but also on the Superintendent's Leadership Council. I think you brought great value to every space that you were in. And I just really appreciate you and wish you the absolute best of luck. Congratulations on graduation. And I expect that we will see you up here or in a similar space at some point in your adult future. Thank you.
Again, Trustee Creo, on behalf of the board and on the district, thank you for your service. There was a small token of our appreciation there for you. And if you'd like to give us any parting words, we'd love to hear them right now.
From the first time that I was interviewed for this position, I was in a very nervous wreck during that time, especially getting the announcement letter. I completely remember it, sitting in my living room, kitchen, eating my food, seeing a notification pop up on my phone saying, "Congratulations, you got the position to be student board." I screamed from the top of my lungs. My mom up there heard me and was very shocked, very scared, because I just screamed out of nowhere. So that was a fun surprise. But from the very first moment that I got up to be a part of the board, I knew where my end goal was going to be, to at least leave some sort of mark towards not myself, but on the board and for my fellow students all around. And I really hope and believe that I got to do something like that. To all of you who stood up there with me during those hard times. I thank you all for your service, for everything that you guys are doing. I know it's definitely something that has a huge weight on your shoulders and probably keeps you guys up at night a lot during those trying times. But genuinely, I think you guys have a very beautiful and amazing heart in each and every one of you for even taking the time out of your days, years, and weeks, just being up here and gathering all that information. From my standpoint, getting all that information one night completely flew out of my mind the next day. So I don't know about you, but that was for me. But genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for all the time you have given me on this position. I'm 100% grateful for the learning that I got from here, and I hope to take that onto my future with whatever I do. And like how Miss August said, maybe in the near future, I'll be up there with you guys once again.
Thank you very much. Alrighty. And with the board's consent, I'm going to maintain the ability to come back to this agenda item when Trustee Fitzsimmons arrives. So we will advance the agenda while we wait for her to come, and we'll come back when she is here. We're going to move to reports of actions taken in closed session. We have one action that was taken. The board authorized on a 4-2 vote with Trustees Dufasi and Jenkins voting no, a separation and general release agreement for employee ID number 12015, who shall be placed on administrative leave for 2 months. We'll now go to items considered in closed session for action. In open session, there were none. Statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to adjustments to the agenda. Seeing no adjustments to the agenda, we're going to move to our special presentation for the 25-26 Santa Rosa City School retirees. Dr. Zans?
Okay, thank you. Interim Superintendent August, members of the board, and those that are here with us in the audience today, thank you for being here. I have the pleasure tonight to recognize this year's retirees. And this year we have actually 53 retirees. And they represent 1,192 years of service to Santa Rosa City Schools. And because I feel it's really important to recognize each one of them, although I know all of them could not be here tonight, I am going to read the names alphabetically, all 53. And for those of you that are here with us tonight, when you hear your name, if you could please come forward, and we have a certificate for you. I wish we had more, but you all have been watching the board meetings. You all know what's going on. So for now, we have a certificate. And so I will start with, and I'm going to preface by saying I apologize if I mess up your name. There's a couple names on here that I may struggle with. Ermias Abraha Gebre, Tammy Afonso, Tiflam Atombes, Daniel Bartholomew, Kathy Bassini, Rosalinda Brady, Cheryl Brooks, Mary Kane, Stephen Carpenter, Terry Crowder Smith, Joseph Davis, Lisa DeCarbo, Susan Doucette, Paul Drew, John Fisher, Carla Forcini, Carol Forrest, Michelle Fatui, Gail Gangliano, Erasmo Gonzalez, Christina Gravel.
Hold on one second. I got to go back a moment.
Did I miss one? Wait, I didn't say Legati yet. I haven't gotten to L's yet.
Oh,
I know her name. I didn't get to L yet. I'm going to get there. I'm not going to skip you, I promise. Okay. Erasmo Gonzalez, Christina Gravel, Martha Gutierrez, Amparo Hargreaves, Kyle Hart, Jenny Hawk, who is here with us, but we are not going to make her walk all the way down here. Arnaldo Hernandez. Maria Heron Monsanares, Diane Hawley, William Hunsinger, Valerie Johnson, Richard Johnstone, Linda Castanis, Casey Kubiak, Tammy Leggins, Gail Legati, Lorna McBade, Linda McCoy Hernandez, Cynthia McDaniel, Michelle Maslin, Melanie Miller, Corinne Naro, Michael Persinger, Janet Pinto, Janice Rodek, Luis Rosales, Rafael Sanabria, that one was under duress, okay? Joy Shermer, Anthony Slayton, Linnea Stolte, Abby Walls, Laura White, Paige Wilson, and Fasai Wildeslassie. So I'd like to say congratulations to all of the retirees, and I can't wait to be one of you.
thank you to each of the retirees that were able to come so we could celebrate a small part of your retirement. I know that celebration is probably going to begin a bit more in earnest in a few minutes here. And Terry, I want to call you out specifically and especially. The impact that every staff member can make on a student's life, whether they're a teacher or not, is embodied in you. At the front desk at CCLA, your impact for my son on a daily basis of helping facilitate his many phone calls home and many, many other things, I think for me had such an amazing impact and speaks to the impact that each of our retirees had on the families within our district. So thank you for embodying that. And thank you for each of the retirees that we were able to recognize today and your impact on families like mine. So thank you all. I'm going to give a few minutes for my colleagues to make a couple of additional comments. Trustee De La Torre.
Aside, don't take off. So congratulations to all of our retirees. And I just need to say something to you personally, Fasai. I've been part of Marie Crew High School with you from the onset as an uncle or a brother-in-law whose sister-in-law was the first graduating class, to 3 nephews that have graduated, to my 3 children that have graduated, to my nephew that is a current sophomore. We've seen a lot of administrators, we've seen a lot of teachers, a lot of staff, and we got to have the pleasure of having one head custodian for the life of that school so far. That's pretty amazing. My grandfather's finished his career as a night custodian with the Roanoke Park Cotati School District, and to know what it is to caretake for a facility and for a campus and to truly put your heart into it, you've embodied that, and you have thousands of people's whose hearts you've touched by making a connection with them and showing them that you care. And you share that with your family and your daughter that works with us now. And I just couldn't be more proud of you. And I'm very surprised, as you've been threading this for the last 15 years, that it actually happened. But enjoy your retirement. Thank you for all your years of service. And we appreciate all of the retirees.
All righty. I'm going to move us back to the special presentation for outgoing student board members, item D3, and invite Trustee Fitzsimmons up. So, bye. So you get the joy of sitting there while we talk about how great you are. So I expect lots of awkward smiles. But I just actually want to thank you first and foremost for stepping up into this position mid-year. You came in and replaced another trustee who had to step out of it. And it's never easy to step into a position not when it's intended to happen, right? And so I want to thank you for that leadership, and then the opportunity to have seen you on your campus and at the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. You helped take me on a tour of Pioneer, which isn't actually your campus, but it's a great tour. Your leadership, your willingness to step up, engage with us as board members is going to serve you really well. Congratulations and thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity for each of my colleagues here to also provide you with compliments, and then we'll give you a chance to tell us just how good of a job we might or might not be doing. I'm going to start with your seatmate, Trustee De La Torre.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for making a trip down here so that we can tell you how awesome you are. The courage and the strength to even step in this position has been above and beyond, especially doing it when you did. You didn't start with us for the year, but you stepped in and you gave us the time that you could give us. And that was really special and really appreciative. And I want you to be proud of what you've accomplished, proud of what you've learned, and really excited for you to take this experience and grow through it. And can't wait to hear about what other things you grow into and accomplish as you take further steps into your future. So thank you so much for your time here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Trustee Kirby.
Yeah, also thanks for stepping in and having the courage to do that. Like I said to Trustee Carrillo, it's a lot to sit down here and have everyone stare at you. And but you did it with confidence, and again, just take that into the future with you and build on that confidence. Thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins.
Hello. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And just as Trustee Kirby and De La Torre mentioned, thank you for stepping up halfway through. It's kind of hard to say more than what they do together. They encompass everything. But I do hope that you take the experiences that you learned here. And I mean, some of it is just being on blast at all times, right?
Yeah.
But take those experiences and the poise that you had up here with you into your future. It was great to have you up here. I didn't make it to Ridgeway, but I appreciate you being here and your contributions.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Prack?
Hi. I also want to echo what my fellow trustee said, that you were super brave for joining the board when you did. I hope it inspires you to continue to serve in our communities, because it's wonderful to give back and to help others. And I also wish you the best in your future and in your continuing your education.
Thank you.
Trustee DeFosse?
Good evening, Nate. We only served a minute together. Much like you, I came in midstream, right? So great job stepping up and taking on the role, right? It can be thankless most of the time, but people do appreciate it. People pay attention. So you take it and do great things. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Trustee Medina is virtual.
Thank you, Student Trustee Fitzsimmons. I appreciate you stepping in to serve in the middle of a term. Unfortunately, I did not have the privilege of getting to know you very well, but I think just the fact that you stepped up speaks volumes of you. I think part of this service is, what you learn from it. So I hope you had the opportunity to learn a lot. Get to know folks, and part of that learning is also who you meet, and so I'd say feel free to reach out to us in the future, well, at least me, if you ever have any questions on anything or serving in a future way. But thank you for stepping up, and I wish you nothing but success.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. It was so much fun and a very unique experience coming up here. And I really hope next year also goes well and hopefully more smooth than it was this year. And I do know one of the next school board members. She goes to Montgomery. I've seen her around campus, and I know she's great. So I'm sure it'll be a great year next year. And I'm just excited to see what the future holds. And I appreciate for having you guys have me up there and getting to get that experience. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to give Superintendent August a moment to also thank you.
Student Trustee Fitzsimmons, I want to echo the appreciation for you stepping up mid-year, especially when it was a rough year to be sitting up here, in your leadership and participation in the Superintendent Student Leadership Council, stepping into that midstream as well. Just really appreciate your involvement and your the perspective that you brought to conversations. And so thank you so much for your service. And I look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Congratulations on graduation too.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move to section E, which is our reports. We're going to start with our California School Employee Association, CSCA Santa Rosa 75 report.
Is it working? Good evening, President Caston, trustees, Interim Superintendent August, everyone here, and everyone listening. Congratulations to all of our graduates last week. May they enjoy the life and experiences ahead. Tonight, we honor our retirees and resignees. Thank you for all of your hard work with our students, their families, and our schools. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement, and resignees your future endeavors. May we all be reminded of the joy and the tears that graduations, retirements, and resignations bring. We thank the district for negotiations on Monday. We recommend approval of the discussion items, action items 4B and 4C. We ratified our calendar last night. We support the formation of an ad hoc committee for district use permits with the promise of an equitable solution for our workers and our community. Saturday morning after graduation, someone was mowing the fields at Slater. Did they cut the locked gates? Did they have liability insurance? How would you feel if you came to work and found out someone else, a volunteer, did your work and you did not get paid? The board members are up for an increase tonight. Salary increase or whatever it is. One more time, CSEA members are left behind. We can only hope this is the beginning of a trickle-down effect. Let's all take a breath. School's out, summer school is starting up. We've started the move again. Classrooms are being boxed, libraries emptied, staff moving to new sites. This is the list. Steel Lane is going to Lincoln, James Monroe, and Helen Lehman. Comstock is going to Piner and Elsie Allen. Leela is going to the old ABES, Albert Biela, and now we call it CLA, Children's Language Academy. And French American is going to Santa Rosa Middle School. The list this year is longer and more complicated time-wise than last year. Even DeSoto Hall is moving out for renovation this summer. Elsie Allen too, for roofing reasons. Last year we had timelines. This year it is a facilities puzzle happening without a paper timeline, with real people under real strain. Classified employees were laid off. These are staff who kept our schools safe, fed, open, and maintained, and are now being told, we appreciate your service, but you are no longer needed. The budget was cut, and we survived the state takeover. The classified staffs remaining are taking on more without recognition, stretched thin without relief. Our teachers have been laid off too. Will they be rehired in August so the students will not be in crowded classes of 40? Everyone is being asked to do additional work without additional compensation. It's painful, it's real, everyone is exhausted. The work didn't disappear, the people did. The district is moving more than boxes. We are moving histories, identities, and school cultures. Is it easier this year? Still, we show up, still we care, and still we work. We welcome our new superintendent. Include us, not as an afterthought, not as an obligation, but because we are essential. We always have been. We are the workers. We keep the district running quietly, daily, supporting the students and the teachers. And if we're going to rebuild and restructure, then let's do it together with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Now I'll invite up the Teamsters Local 665. All right. I'll now invite up our Santa Rosa Teachers Association for the SRTA report.
Good afternoon. I usually try to get an aisle seat, but not today. So, good evening, President Caston, Interim Superintendent Lisa August, members of the board, members of the community. First, I know they've pretty much all left the building, but a huge congratulations to our retirees. There's so much knowledge and dedication that we're saying goodbye to as we say goodbye to these educators and their support professionals. And we wish them all the very best of luck in their next adventures. And same also to our student board members, who I know have bright futures ahead of them. We're happy to report today that we have a signed tentative agreement addressing the impacts of the program cuts that will be implemented in August. as well as the closure of our compensation article. I trust that the TA has been shared with each of you. We're working on ratification. Even though it is summer, we're hoping to get a forum together and get some people voting, and we want to do this in time to get the TA on the next board meeting agenda. So we'll see how that goes. I'll be doing it, well, I won't be doing it during baseball, but I'll be doing it on the road on my road trip. So we'll get it together. We're very pleased that the proposed salary cuts, the furlough days, and the step freeze will not happen. But I do want to point out that the members of SRTA did not receive a salary increase this school year and have agreed that we will not receive a salary increase next year. So I think you can imagine the reception among teachers of the agenda item tonight proposing to perhaps quadruple the pay for board members. And yes, I understand and agree with the argument. It is a very hard job. It's difficult to get people to agree to do this job of board member. But the same is true for our teachers and our support staff. You just heard the names of dozens of retirements. There were more resignations than that. In fact, the resignations, the retirements have reversed nearly every single layoff that you approved a month ago, with the exception of the counselors that we are sadly losing. And we still have vacancies at most of our school sites. Tired of year after year of job insecurity, talented and dedicated teachers have taken their expertise and experience to other districts rather than continue to work for Santa Rosa City Schools. This was just communicated to you in reference to special education, where there are vacancies for education specialists all over the place, as well as the instructional aides who are vital and indeed a required part of the implementation of the new special services structures. Thank you, Trustee Prack, for raising those questions and bringing these issues forward. The new plans won't work without instructional aides. They're part of the TA, they're part of what teachers need to make this function. And if we can't find them and we have to pay for them through agencies, the question that rings in my mind is, are we actually going to be saving any money by eliminating our special day classes at the elementary level, and by eliminating our co-teaching at the secondary level? As we hopefully find ourselves in better financial shape next year, it's imperative that the restoration of our programs is approached collaboratively, listening to the needs and the voices of the educators and the support professionals in CSEA who keep our schools running day to day. If Santa Rosa City Schools is ready to increase spending, where's a transparent process to collaborate on those decisions to ensure that we are centering our students' experiences? Tonight, Santa Rosa Teachers Association supports the approval of the charter renewals for both Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School and CCLA SRLA as presented. Our students deserve to continue to benefit from the exemplary learning models that these schools provide. So I'm going to thank you in advance for approving their charters. Finally, a warm thank you to Dr. Tim McCarty for agreeing to stick with us for 69.5 days. Maybe we can talk him into a little bit more. And then also, thank you to Dr. Monica Thomas, who I just met a few hours ago. We're very much looking forward to collaborating with Dr. Thomas and have a productive working relationship as we navigate the many challenges that we're facing next year that I'm sure you'll hear all about very soon. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Now go to the superintendent report.
Thank you, President Keston. Excuse me. Well, I'm going to continue the tradition this evening, or the example, and congratulate our graduating class of 2026. love the opportunity, and it makes me very proud to have to be able to shake the hands of our graduating class. I was able to attend both Ridgeway and Santa Rosa High this year. The only one I haven't made it to yet is Montgomery, so next year. So just congratulations and to our staff and our students for making it through another year. And thank you to our board and cabinet for helping to celebrate across our schools. I also want to congratulate our retirees. 1,192 years. That is pretty amazing. And we wish them all a very, very wonderful, relaxing, fun adventure in their retirement. And they will be missed. We very much appreciate the contribution to our community, to our schools, to each other as our colleagues. I also want to share that SRCS had great representation at the Pride event on Saturday, including a parade contingent with students from all of our secondary schools, as well as the Arts Charter Narwhals. And a special thanks to Sarah Williams for securing our booth and parade spot. Thank you also to Vanessa Locan Ruiz for ensuring we were set up and taken down off-site on time. For so many staff, students, parents, and Trustee De La Torre who showed off who we are as SRCS, and we are already looking forward to planning for next year. I also want to welcome our new superintendent, Dr. Monica Thomas. Very excited to continue the work together as we move into next year. Thank you to our labor partners. We had some very productive days. Monday afternoon with CSEA and Monday and Tuesday with our SRTA partners. We appreciate the collaboration in figuring out the details of how we move forward to be able to implement the actions from the board this year. And thank you to our board for supporting that. Sorry. I also want to give a special thanks to Dr. Zanz and the negotiating team. The process was absolutely critical for us to be able to move forward to support students next year. Later on this evening, we will talk about the budget, and LCAP have our hearings. You will see revisions and differences. They are both drafts this time because we have a lot of updates to make. That normally you would be seeing the final version tonight for the public hearing. There will still be some updates on both of those documents going forward. While this has been a difficult year, we have worked together to find solutions that do allow us to stabilize our budget and continue serving our students and community. We have significant challenges ahead in implementing these solutions that will require us to continue to work together, and we are here to support our colleagues and serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. We'll move to the board president report. I'll be brief tonight, but I do want to acknowledge I was able to attend the French American 6th grade promotion ceremony on Thursday night, and the graduation at Ridgeway, and the graduation at Santa Rosa High. I'm not quite sure how many hundreds of kids I shook hands with, but the smiles are the part that I remember the most. I promised that there was hand sanitizer up on the stage for the parents that are counting the number of people that shook hands with us. The Santa Rosa High graduation event was just really exciting. It was a really well done production by Dr. Clissold and the entire team there, and I want to thank them for the attention to detail. I know we had that similarly across the district, but seeing the class graduate here and hearing many of their stories, as lots of them have gone through a lot of the uncertainty that we've gone through as a board in their educational journey. I had many conversations with students that talked to me about that, and I want to appreciate that they shared their experience with me, both positive and constructive. The other part of my report is that based on our last meeting and with the consent of the board, I'm establishing a ad hoc committee on facility rental fees. There's a description attached to my board report item on this. The core objectives of the ad hoc committee, and there's more description in there, but will be to look at recommendations to bring back to the board to enhance community access, establish a clear fee nexus for what we're charging to the value of the services and facilities provided, potentially look at aligning with the city's structure and upholding the fiduciary duty that we have to preserving funds for K-12 education. Another part of it is that the committee, as they move through this work, may come back to us with an additional work plan for us to consider as they dig into the scope, and that they'll be coming back in August. So with the consent of the board, I'm establishing that committee, and I'm appointing Vice President Prack as the chair and trustees Medina and De La Torre as the committee members. That concludes my report, and I will move to other trustee reports if anyone has. Trustee Prack.
Thank you, sir. I want to begin to show my appreciation and gratitude to our retirees. Thank you for your dedication, your service, and the commitment that you've given our district. I also had the privilege of attending Ridgeway and Pioneer High School's graduations, and I want to congratulate the entire class of 2026 on this incredible milestone. It was wonderful to be a part of it, and it was inspiring to see our students recognized for their hard work, resilience, and accomplishments. And also, my son did me a solid and walked the stage, which didn't decide on that until Monday. So that was a huge milestone win for me. Well, because someone told him he didn't have to. So he's like, why would I go where there's people? Also listening to the student speeches, especially the students at Ridgeway who shared and were vulnerable and spoke about how hard school was for them and didn't have the motivation or the desire to go to school until they found their home at Ridgeway was so special to hear. And I'm just, so proud of those kids. I mean, I almost cried. Let's see, lost my thought. So being there at both graduations just really made me feel proud of being a school board member because I really got to be a part of it, and not just as a fan, but as someone who wants to make a difference in our community and seeing our kids do well. So I really enjoyed that. I also want to recognize the strong leadership from Principal Andrea Correa and the Pioneer and Comstock staff for creating such a meaningful event last Friday. Maybe you read about it in the paper, but Andrea and her team found a way to honor Comstock's legacy as well as building excitement for the future and the partnership of Pioneer becoming a 7 through 12 junior senior high next year or in a couple months. The Pioneer community welcomed Comstock Middle School with an escort from Santa Rosa Police Department and Fire Department, and the middle school were greeted by Pioneer seniors and staff, and they received some Pioneer swag, the Otter Pops, and the students watched the final graduation rehearsal. So it was a wonderful way to get our incoming students excited about their future, joining the Pioneer community, as well as I want to recognize Principal Cray again for securing a $12,000 John Brisbiscus special grant to purchase new uniforms for Pioneer Junior High student athletes. $12,000, and we're getting new uniforms for our incoming students. So that's phenomenal. Thank you. Yes. So, I'm such a permanent, you look good, you feel good, and you're going to do good. And so that our newest students are going to be able to feel more included and more proud to represent our school. So thank you. I didn't have to do it, so that's even better.
Trustee Jenkins.
So I don't have anything prepared this evening. However, I did want to take a moment to also congratulate all of our graduates of the 2026 class, as well as our retirees. I was able to participate in the Montgomery graduation, as well as the promotion from the French American Charter School for their 8th graders. It was fun to be a participant in that as well. I am hopeful that I know staff are kind of out of there right after graduation, but I'm hopeful that there is some kind of like a collaboration following graduations to figure out like best practices, what schools can learn from each other. I know from just hearing different things, like Montgomery's sound system was great this year. I saw on some pictures that Santa Rosa had the big screen that I thought was such a great idea. So just like tips and tricks for the future. The other thing that I think would be really, and maybe some schools do this already, but that I think would be amazing is to get those teachers up there. Like I'm a board member and shaking hands and doing the things, but I mean, do they really know us? Do all those students know us? I don't think so, but they love their teachers, and their teachers are the ones that are doing the work day in and day out. So just something to consider for the future. Additionally, this is my last meeting of this school year with this configuration because I won't be at the next meeting. So thank you so much for all you've done. The configuration up here will be a little bit different. The people who are presenting going forward will be different. Our sites will be staffed differently. I'm looking forward to, what the future holds, but I'm very aware that there's a very solid grieving process that comes with any change. So I thank everyone who has put in the work this year, whether you will be with us next year or not. It does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to all of the endings. The campuses that were close, the communities that have lost their home field advantage, and make sure we pay respect to the situations that we're in and why we're in them, and being better stewards moving forward so that we do not have to continue that process and say goodbye to more of our communities. Really grateful for the communities that have accepted our students and have found ways to connect and grow and encourage them for the next opportunities that await for them. Had the pleasure of participating at Ridgeway's graduation and Maria Carrillo's graduation this year, and very appreciative of both of those administrative staffs and communities for stepping up for the students and showing their appreciation for their accomplishment and what they look forward to for their futures. As President Caston said, there's nothing better than the smiles on those students' faces as they cross the stage and show pride for the accomplishments that they've achieved thus far and the joy and potential in their hearts for what's further. Also want to show appreciation to Sarah Williams and Vanessa Locan Ruiz and all of the staff and administrators and teachers and interim superintendent August Hume, who showed up for Pride this year. Also found out that we apparently won an award for Pride for best use of theme, and the 2026 Sonoma County Pride Parade theme this year was Pride and True, Advance, Advocate, and Act Up. And it's a very vulnerable community that is under attack right now. And it is so important that as educators, as public educators, as a community-driven public entity, that we show up, that we're seen, we're heard, that our communities feel the love and support needed to be who they are, how they are, and that we continue to lead through empathy and support and find ways to connect. Looking forward to opportunities for even more students to show up. We had families, we had administrators, we had other people walk in the parade with us. The stars of the show were the students. Their hearts and their faces were full of pride and joy and love, and to be there and to be seen and to be heard and to participate was a really wonderful, beautiful thing. And I'm appreciative of having the opportunity to participate in some small way and show appreciation for them. There's a lot of hard work ahead. Seems that we say that every meeting, and it's still true. And I remain committed to that hard work. Welcome, Dr. Thomas. Look forward to working with you. and look forward to working with and collaborating with all of our staff. We're not going to get through this alone. We didn't get here alone, and working together is the only way we can make this work and start growing the opportunities forward that we're all hoping to have. Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
I also want to just thank our retirees and our graduates. Congratulate them from this year. I was able to attend the Ridgeway graduation and shake their hands. It was a very great celebration there. Also, want to acknowledge, like Trustee De La Torre mentioned, just acknowledge the difficult decisions that had to be made this year and the school closures that did occur. And I just hope that we don't have to do that anymore going forward. It's a painful situation. And I hope that we can put that behind us. Lastly, I just wanted to, I know I mentioned this last meeting, but the governor's office, the budget is due to be ratified by June 15th. So we've got a few more days. Again, I urge you to reach out to your state representatives, ask them to stop the almost $4 billion manipulation that the governor is withholding our Prop 98 funds to our schools. So you've got a few chances. You can go online, submit a form. It's very easy to do. So that's all I got.
Trustee Dufasi and then Medina.
Thank you, President Caston. Actually, real quick, I was privileged to attend the graduation ceremony at Pioneer High School. Thank you, Principal Correa, for having me. It was an amazing event. I think we had 320 graduates. And the energy really is infectious, and it's very energizing. For me anyway, and I appreciate their enthusiasm, and it makes me want to redouble my efforts to support them through you, the staff, so they can become their best selves and carry on with our community. Thank you.
And Trustee Medina.
Thank you. First off, again, thank you to our retirees for all your service. And that was a lot of years, I think 1,192 hours or years. I think one that stood out during graduation at Elsie last week, Lisa DeCaro did the teacher speech. She did an amazing speech after over 30 years of service. So thank you for all that service there. Thank you to Alan Anguiano, who did the valedictorian speech, Tanaya Williams, who did a great speech on overcoming obstacles. It was a great and efficient graduation, and I think there was one classified member, and particularly Maria Lopez, who put a lot of effort into organizing the parents to create a nice little celebration right there after her, along with all the other staff that helped out. It was a beautiful event, and I was privileged and honored to be present for it. Dr. McCarty was there, representing admin staff, and that kind of leads me to my hopefulness in terms of the work ahead after our special meeting last week on the CAPS network work and the MTSS work. I feel that there's positive energy that's happening there, that I hope that we build off of that, and that I really hope that there's consistency as we move forward, and that it really benefits all of our schools, all of our sites, and everybody's able to embrace that work. Obviously, I'm not there today because I'm out here in the happiest place on earth, Disneyland. I had the fortune of watching the SRLA and LC Allen Lobos march today. Tomorrow I get to watch the Mariachi Lobos at California Adventure. I can't express the amount of gratitude that exists from the hundreds of people that donated to make this possible, to represent Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, but people that have donated from all over the Bay Area. It was kind of a last minute effort, and it was made possible. Over $70,000 that needed to be raised to get them here. I know they're very grateful. And today they look very tired, but they did a great job. I think also as we transition, I think I have heard from staff concerns about all the moving around, a lot of construction, hopes that construction is done in time as we move forward. I don't know what support we'll be able to be providing to help people move back and forth, but I hope that we're able to do that so people could do their jobs. I did want to do a special shout out today. Yesterday, students started classes at SRJC doing dual enrollment over the summer. Some of them reached out having trouble with the dual enrollment and staffing, and there's been a big change at SRJC. I want to just especially thank Debbie Cardozo, Erica Raffo, Principal Cunningham, Ophelia Reynoso for all the hours that they've put in outside of school hours trying to help these students meet this need. There's been a lot of changes at SRJC with the new system. And I hope that as we move towards hiring on the new college career counselors, we have good training for all these folks because there's a lot of hiccups that are happening and there's a lot of stuff happening soon. So I hope all that can get addressed. With that said, I'm appreciative of the collaboration between CSEA and SRTA, and I feel like we're transitioning to a good place to get off to a good start next year. There's a lot of work that still needs to happen. There's still a lot of issues to be resolved. I hope that as time goes on, we're able to find a resolution and everything could be accomplished with the students at the center. So thank you, everybody, for coming together and working together for our students. I truly appreciate it. And Superintendent August, thank you for constantly keeping us informed and keeping me in the loop. With that said, I'll send it back to you, President Caston.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. We're now going to move to item F, public comment on non-agenda and consent
President
items.
Caston, can I ask a question real quick first? So the ad hoc committee, thank you for the appointment and for forming that, but it's the only place on this agenda. And I'm curious, do we currently have a plan until recommendations come back for what we're doing for these organizations that are requesting facility use and continue to incur the fees that are currently approved?
So for the board to take action to change the policy, we need the committee to meet and bring us back recommendations. Staff is working through the use agreement process right now with the organizations that would qualify for those. And we can request a report back in the board weekly on the status of that. My understanding is the staff meeting on that was today, so there was no way to have an update for this meeting.
So if I can request that we do get that update as soon as possible, because we have a lot of organizations that have some hefty past due notices due to these requests. And we would love the time to collaborate and find recommendations to move forward, but I don't want to hurt those organizations in the meantime.
You and I share the urgency. So the committee is the right work for the policy part of it, and we'll get an update on what is happening within the current policy with this board weekly. All right, we're going to move to public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank you, President Caston. We have 3 blue cards. I'm going to go ahead and call your name. If you can make your way to the podium, it's 1 minute. First speaker is Margaret Boone, followed by Adina Flores, followed by Shayna Kirk.
Good evening. Building on what I spoke about earlier, my concerns about filling assistant positions, I wanted to share what I've heard from the people, are the issues people have keeping them from applying to our district instead of working for outside agencies. The first complaint is that we're paid once a month, I tell them you get used to that. The next issue is pay. We had a great MOU last year that raised assistant pay significantly, but still falls a couple dollars short of what outside agencies pay. It also provides full benefits for all assistant positions except the new health aide position. That was an oversight because the position was new. The MOU was a great step in the right direction, and we hired at least 30 new assistants because of it. But if it had gone just a tiny bit further, we would hire way more assistants in district, saving us quite literally millions. We pay outside agencies a fee plus wages, so we pay about double what we pay hourly for district aides. We also pay $110 an hour for their supervisor. Even taking into account the cost of benefits, retirement, et cetera, we would save money. We should consider raising that wage another $2 an hour.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Adina Flores, followed by Shayna Kirk.
On November 1st of 2024, you cut me a $50,000 settlement check because I was forced out as a whistleblower, the former executive assistant to your board and superintendent. I don't understand why immediately after that same day, all of a sudden Caston joins the board and I'm in court with his ex-wife who is defending child rape. Over 40 undocumented boys were raped and trafficked at Sonoma Valley Boys and Girls Club. I'm their victim advocate. And so your employment defense firm, White Star Group, your ex-wife, Erin Carlstrom, that's, White Star's personal attorney. And also the gentleman who offered me work, doing PI work, unlicensed, and tried to essentially extort and bribe me. So then you guys brought on Esquire Seth Eckstein to file illegal restraining orders against my co-defendant, Laura Ainsworth. And then now you're hiring the superintendent who also came from Oakland Unified, where Esquire Seth Eckstein came from. So why are you covering up child rape? Please tell me. God bless you.
Next is Shayna Kirk.
My name is Shayna Kirk, parent, advocate, therapist, and caring community member. I hadn't planned to speak, but I noticed a consent item, Ari, the district voting representatives to CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation. And I just wanted to make sure everyone involved is aware of this discriminatory and illegal under California law pilot policy that CIF has been implementing in other parts of the state to exclude certain athletes and restrict their participation in high school sports since last May. I hope our district will stay committed to protecting safety, privacy, and rights of all the students who have a legal and protected right to participate in sports, regardless of their gender identity. I know this seems simple to me, but it needs to be said and recommitted constantly. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your commitments.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Those are all the cards.
With that, we're going to move to item G, the consent items. I'm looking for approval motion on items 1 through 10.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee DeFosse. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee DeFosse.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Vice President Prack. President Caston.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. We're now going to move to H, second read on board bylaw updates. We'll start with public comment.
We have one blue card, President Caston. Veronica Jordan, make your way to the podium. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Veronica Jordan, a parent in the district. I just wanted to say that one of the key components of diversity and inclusion work involves having our leaders be representative of the community that they're leading. And part of that is fair compensation for those leaders. Historically, leaders like you were very poorly compensated, which meant that only independently wealthy people, retirees, stay-at-home wives, and or husbands of stay-at-home wives were able to do the work we do. So I wanted to just say a word of support for the hard vote that you're going to be talking about in the next few minutes around increasing your compensation. I want women and moms on the board. I want people of color on the board. And the only way to do that is to pay you for the hard work you're doing. So thanks for your hard work.
Thank you for your comment. Well, all right, with that, we're going to move into the second read of our board bylaw updates. I believe both of these have been through both our board policy and our board finance subcommittee. And we're going to take up first board bylaw 9150, which is the student board members. There are many of us that could present on this. So Trustee Kirby, would you like to present on the committee recommendation?
Sure. We discussed this at the board finance subcommittee meeting. We did discuss the possibility of whether or not to have this as a monthly compensation or perhaps a scholarship type situation at the end of a of the student's term. And we felt just among our discussion that it probably would be better for the students to have the money as the school year went along, as if they, because like if they were out getting a job, they would have that money throughout the year to do with what they want, to compensate them for their time on our board. So anyway, that was the only really, I guess, discussion on it. And then as far as the dollar amount, there was no, that's what we came up with for, I mean, we were willing to discuss that if need to, but otherwise that's what we were presenting was $50 per meeting. So if 2 meetings a month, that would be $100 a month for our student board members.
And just a clarifying question for the superintendent, a student board member could decline the funds if they had a reason to.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I know we had a couple questions about it possibly messing up other things that they may be getting.
Yes, and if it's not written in there, we could bring back in.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions on the recommendation?
I have one question.
Go trustee De La Torre and then trustee Prack.
So I do appreciate the attention to ideologies of compensation for the student board members. I don't think we should be offering both elective course credits and $50 per meeting. That causes an equity issue for student community. And I would be much more supportive of a scholarship opposed to monthly meeting compensations. We've tried to bring this up and talk about this before. And it's, it's a difficult discussion, especially when we're talking about compensation for people we share the DS with. And definitely something I support, just not sure if I support it in this form.
Trustee Prack and then Medina.
Thank you. I just had a question. So, I mean, this is my first time being on the board and discussing the school board trustees, but is there a large interest for student board members to submit applications to apply? Or, I mean, all I saw was the one that was selected. So, I mean, is there a strong interest from our kids to join the board?
We have had a really strong interest this year. It kind of depends on the school site, but I would say for this year it was Montgomery and Pioneer, and we had close to 10 applications, which was a lot considering the past years.
Okay. And then before, do they only receive like volunteer hours to be on the board or just nothing? Nothing? Okay.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Just a couple things, just to add a little background. We've been working on this for way over a year. Kind of came out and seen that other student trustees in other districts locally were getting paid per ed code. It was allowed. My question, because this is one of the things that I think when I went back, was to try to understand how it would impact potentially undocumented students that might not have an ITIN or might not have a social security number in terms of how this compensation was made. One of the questions that had arisen was, would it be a stipend? Would it be a scholarship? What would be the format of pay? So I don't know if those are options that exist or something that might need to come back at some point. I'm supportive of this, but because it's something instead of nothing. But I think as we move forward, if a situation arises at that point, we need to consider that policy and what impact it'll have or what adjustments we may need to do.
Any other discussion? Okay, this is a recommendation from the committee, so we don't need to move in a second. We'll go straight to the vote. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dufossi.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Vice President Prack,
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. We're now going to move to Board Bylaw 9250 and Chair Kirby presenting.
So similarly, as we discussed this, per the Ed Code, they changed the rules and we are eligible for up to $2,000 compensation per, less amounts per month for your, for being on the board. And so that's why we didn't specify a dollar amount so that we could discuss it amongst the board as to where we want to go. That's why it says up to $2,000, just for clarification. And as with the student funds, just to be clear, this is just coming out of general fund money. So,
Trustee Jenkins.
This is actually just a clarification point for Melanie and for the public. With the wording of this, just a heads up. So where it says deletions of board BP language, it's backwards. So when we're looking at the draft and the comparison one, the red highlighted it's just a formatting thing with our new process, but red is the new language, blue is the old, and not highlighted is carries, just to clarify that for everybody.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight, so the change in the state law basically changed the old figure of $400 to $2,000 within the Ed Code, which is the 400s where we had started at before. I just wanted to also point out that that figure is based on our district enrollment, the number of students in our district. So if our district drops down below a certain number of students, those figures change as well, or if they were to go up as well. So I think it's just important to recognize that. So that 2,000 figure comes from that within the Ed Code. And this is based on law that was passed by the state that went into effect January 1st of this year. But again, I'm supportive of updating it to that 2,000 amount as kind of was the intent of the state legislature.
Okay. Trustee Kirby. And then Jenkins.
So one other comment was, just as with the student board stipend, you are not required to take this. You can turn this money down if it's so desired.
Right. So a trustee who is able would not need to take the stipend, right? All right. I'll add my comments on this one. This is not the same as employment. Whether we're at the $530 a month or we're at the $2,000 a month, we are not protected by minimum wage laws. And it is my strong belief that if we're doing this job right, we're not making minimum wage because we are putting far more time and energy into these decisions on behalf of the community. And that's okay. But having this be at an amount that makes it so the impact on families, on working folks who may want to serve in these positions and are now able to take the time off of work or not work with clients or make the sacrifices necessary to do this job right, I think is incredibly important. I think we've seen what happens when a board falls asleep and is not engaged. And I don't think our community can afford that. I also believe that we have moved to a place where as a board, we've significantly increased what our expectation is to be sitting up here. We have instituted a committee structure that didn't exist before, which requires additional hours, but also provides additional insight and ability to make more reasoned decisions. Similarly, we have implemented a new training program on ourselves, which has a requirement of 10 days of training through the Masters in Governance program for onboarding as well as continuing training requirements each year, in addition to our state mandated trainings for this position. It's hard to talk about increasing our own compensation. And I personally and strongly believe the state should include us in, similar to LA and other areas, in some type of a commission or an external committee that actually sets the compensation instead of asking us to sit up here and make this decision. But that's what they've done. And they passed this legislation in recognition of the majority of school board seats going uncontested in the state of California. And the majority, in fact, every single school board seat in this district going uncontested. And I hope that this leads to more action at the ballot box, with more people being able to consider these positions and come and challenge those of us that are up here today, because we need people that are interested and engaged and want it. They want to be here. And I think this is one small part of that. So I, similar to Trustee Medina and others, support this being at the $2,000 limit set by the state. Other comments? Trustee Jenkins, then De La Torre.
I appreciate the comment from Ms. Veronica, right? Yeah, there you are. I very much appreciate that comment. I fall in that category. And I too am in favor of the 2,000.
Trustee De La Torre.
So an elected position carries a very heavy burden with it to be in a position viewed by the public, and felt that we are to be approached at all times by the public and solve all the problems that the districts that we're steward of need to be solved. I personally have added 30 to 45 minutes to every grocery store run the last 3 years, because that's what it's turned into. You're known in the community. You're doing the best you can to make decisions and govern policies to put the best district forward. It is extremely uncomfortable to have a conversation about personal compensation. We do have access to benefits if we choose to take them. And above all else, this does, even the $2,000 would not compensate the time that is put into the work that we choose to do because we want to be here. But what it could provide is the opportunity for those that may not have access to put the time into this work, because ultimately it's time is the greatest resource, and you need to put time into your community, into your campuses, into your staff, into your students, into their lives, so that we have the opportunity to make the best choices possible. So as uncomfortable as it is, I would like to see us come to agreement on this discussion, so there are opportunities for future board members that not only want to have this position, but a larger stipend than what's being received now would make it more accessible for them to make that decision and participate if they chose to do so.
Steve Brack, if you want to make comments.
Thank you. So I want to start by saying, like, I understand the optics, like after a year of school closures, layoffs, program cuts, and concessions. I know many people will look at this item and feel like the board is giving itself a raise. You know, let's acknowledge that. I also want to make it clear that all I've done is, once this agenda or the agenda was posted, I've been so anxious and worried and stressed out, because I don't know how I feel. Because as a parent watching from the other side, I would be so pissed off. I can't tell you how many times I've yelled at Omar just as a parent, right? Not saying nice things and used not very nice language. and I will acknowledge that. So I haven't taken this decision lightly because I'm on this side now and I'm recognizing the work that goes into it because I don't want to be a dirtbag board member. And I do believe that public service should be open to everyone, not just people who already have the financial security or flexibility to volunteer their time. Because I have a full-time job and this is my fake job. And every time I walk away from my full-time job that provides me my retirement and my benefits, I still have to make up my hours because I don't want to use my vacation to leave work early on Wednesdays. And when I visit schools on Fridays, because those are my work from home days, I'm still working on weekends. But I also want to know that I want a board that truly reflects our community and that we need to remove the barriers to serving. And I understand that importance, especially being a parent with children in our district, because I want those voices up here. Because we're the ones, our children are the most impacted. And of course, we want our kids, not just our kids, but all the kids in our district to be successful. And we want our teachers to feel supported and our classified or certificated staff and classified staff to feel supported. And originally, I wanted to wait until my children graduated from high school before I applied for this position. But when Trustee Manieri stepped down or resigned, this position went unfilled. And it had to be extended for me to feel obligated to join. Because I knew how much work this would be. And then I underestimated that level of commitment and responsibility that comes with this position. I'm not complaining about it because I truly want to do good for our teachers and for our staff and our families and students. So at the end of the day, this isn't about giving people raises. This policy recognizes that commitment, and it will help make our qualified community members who can afford to serve. And I want the board service to be accessible to working families. And I want people to run for these seats because they care deeply about students in public education. And my position, along with Trustee DeFosse and I believe Trustee Medina, I mean, we're interim, so we have to apply next month if we want to run. And I still haven't decided because it's a lot of work. And I want to do my job well, both my fake job and my real job. So I hope if I do decide to run, I hope that there's more people that are more qualified than myself. Because there's two things you never want me to be in charge of: directions and planning 6 months out, because I really can't think that far out. You don't want me in charge of that.
Trustee Jenkins.
So I'll move to approve bylaw 9250 with the full amount of $2,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Medina is seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee DeFosse,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
No.
Vice President Prack,
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye. A motion passes with 6 ayes and 1 no. Trustee De La Torre voting no. And we will now move to our discussion action items. Our first one is item I1, charter school calendar, and we're going to start with our public hearing on the CCLA renewal petition and material revision request in consideration for action on resolution 2025-26-88 to approve renewal petition and material revisions requests. And I will ask Directora Mendoza Torres and Dr. Roderick Castro to present.
Thank you, President Caston, Superintendent August Hume, members of the board, students, staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We come to you with the continuation of the public hearing for the petition renewal for CCLA. I will take direction from the board with respect to what document we'd like to go with, or we can just continue with conversation. Also, if need be, Melanie, if you can promote me, I don't know if necessary, if we are going to be discussing any particular document, or we can just continue with conversation.
If you want to just do any presentation, obviously we've had, this is our third item on this. So if there's any highlights, any changes, but otherwise we can move to the public hearing, get comment, and then we can ask questions.
Understood.
I would say, hello, my name is Gabriela Mendoza Torres, the interim principal here at CCLA. I have read the staff findings and agree with like adding more details to especially or specifically our 7th and 8th grade programming to be able to add some of those details. So I read it, I saw it, and I appreciate the feedback.
Well, in case we've been posted for the legally required timeline, we've received our initial hearing, so we're going to go ahead and open up this public hearing.
Thank you, President Caston. I will call 3 names at a time. If you can make your way to the podium, you have 1 minute for public comment. Our first speaker is Kim Lapidez, followed by Abby Medina Gutierrez, followed by Alan Aldana.
Hello, my name is Kim Lapidus, and I am speaking on behalf of Sarah Sanchez. So Sarah says, my name is Sarah Sanchez, and I'm a CCLA parent. As a former student of a Maria Carrillo High School, I personally benefited from an independent study program during my senior year. At that time, I was a young mother, and independent study gave me the flexibility I needed to continue my education while working to financially support myself and my son. Because of that experience, I know firsthand that alternative educational pathways can change lives. I'm excited that CCLA is considering offering a similar option for our community. Many families may not realize this opportunity exists, and having an independent study program connected to a strong bilingual high school pathway would provide students with flexibility, support, and a real chance to succeed while meeting their family and personal responsibilities. Thank you for considering this important opportunity for our students and families.
Thank you. Next speaker is Abby Medina Gutierrez, followed by Alan Aldana, followed by Leonardo Herrera. Go ahead, Abby.
I started in CCLA when I was 5 years old. At that time, I only knew a few words in English. That made me feel nervous and very scared. But then I realized that not only teachers but students speak my home language too, Espanol. Since that moment, I started feeling welcomed. Nowadays, I feel so lucky to belong to CCLA because I have made new friends and I am able to understand what they and my teachers say when they are talking to me in English. At the same time, being part of a bilingual school helps me preserve and improve my home language in a more academic way. I have a little sister and I would love her to have the same beautiful experience I've been having so far.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Aldana, followed by Leonardo Herrera, followed by Alana Kelly. Alan is not here. Next speaker is Leonardo Herrera.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Leonardo Francisco Herrera, estudiante de CCLA, y estos últimos meses en grado 7 fue muy bonito porque tuve el privilegio de estar en el mariachi de esta escuela. Ha sido un gran apoyo para mí porque he aprendido un poco más de inglés al tener maestros bilingües que hablen español e inglés. También me ha ayudado mucho estar con niños que hablen español y también el idioma de este país, porque así al comunicarme con niños que hablen mi idioma y el inglés, puedo hablar de los dos idiomas y así tener más accesibilidad en cualquier trabajo o oportunidad que me dé en esta escuela.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Atención.
Good evening to all of you present. My name is Leonardo Francisco Herrera, student from CCLA. And the last months of grade 7 have been very nice because I had the privilege to be in the mariachi of the school. It's been a great support for me that I am learning a little bit of English at the same time with bilingual teachers, at the same time with students who speak my language and also speak the language of this country. And by this means, I have been able to learn both of them and to speak clearly in both things. He was also mentioning that it was just nice to be around both at the same time. So he went a little off script there, but in any case, that's the message. Thank you.
Next is Alana Kelly, followed by Maria Bernadette Peterson, followed by Jenna Johnson.
Hi, my name is Alana Kelly. I am the Vice President of the Santa Rosa High Foundation. And I've been coming to these meetings now for, well, let's see, since the school closure meetings began. So as a reminder to the district and the board, a year ago, we were all talking about what high school to close. So adding 9 to 12 to CCLA seems wrong. So I'm just saying there's other options. Comstock's going to be empty. Slater's already empty. So please don't add 9 to 12. Thank you.
Next is Maria Bernadette Peterson, followed by Jenna Johnson, followed by Veronica Jordan.
Okay, buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Gracias por esta oportunidad. Quise apoyar nuestra escuela de Santa Rosa Language Academy. Nuestra escuela es una comunidad especial. Tengo el honor y privilegio de enseñar allí. Aunque hay una escuela bilingüe en mi vecindario de Windsor, yo decidí traer mis dos niños a Santa Rosa Language Academy porque siento que esa escuela ofrece más oportunidades y apoyo a sus estudiantes. Gracias por su apoyo para nuestros estudiantes en el aspecto de nuestro charter y nuestros esfuerzos de actualizarlo. Les pido, por favor, acepten nuestra actualización de nuestro charter de Santa Rosa Language Academy, así como lo hemos presentado directamente sin suspenso. No puedo disfrutar de mis vacaciones de verano sin saber que Santa Rosa Language Academy sigue como es y mejor.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to support our school, SRLA. Our school is a community, special community. I have the honor and privilege of teaching there. Although there's a bilingual school in my neighborhood in Windsor, I decided to bring my two children to SRLA because I feel that SRLA offers more opportunities and support to students. Thank you for your support for our students and the aspect of our charter and our efforts to update it. I ask you, please accept our updates from our charter for SRLA, as well as having that which has been presented to you directly without suspense. I cannot enjoy my summer vacations without knowing that SRLA continues and is the best.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenna Johnson, followed by Veronica Jordan, followed by Deborah Virgin.
Good evening. My name is Jenna Johnson. I'm a Santa Rosa Language Academy parent, and I'm here today because I'm excited about the future of SRLA. I asked the board today to approve the charter as it's written, keeping the school in its current form with the addition of the 9 through 12 hybrid study program. In the last few months, I've been surprised by the number of adults I've met who completed high school via independent study and how it enabled them to accomplish their goals while taking on other positions of responsibility in their families or their communities. There's a very real need for diverse high school options, and I'm looking forward to SRLA continuing to build its community-centered dual immersion experience through our extended TK through 12 program. Thank you.
Next is Veronica Jordan, followed by Deborah Virgin, followed by Brenda Davalos.
Good evening, board. My name is Veronica Jordan. I'm a longtime CCLA parent. I first want to thank you in advance for approving our charter renewal tonight as it's written. It has been a challenging and existentially threatening process for us. Second, I would like to request that you direct our incoming superintendent and the staff to form a working group to begin strategic planning for us for the next 5 years. So the next time we go through this, it doesn't have to feel like we're fighting for our right to survive. It's kind of been a fight we've been fighting since day one. And then third, I just want to call in the white parents of privilege who are in this room and listening online, and to think about how the choices that we're making as parents of privilege are really impacting our entire community. Decades of white flight and segregation within our school district, it's disturbing. And if we all made different choices, we could actually help to contribute to fixing this problem. So think about how we can do that. Si se puede.
Next is Deborah Virgin, followed by Brenda Davalos, followed by Lily Roman.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Débora Virgen, madre de una estudiante de educación especial en CCLA. Yo escogí esta escuela desde hace 10 años cuando mi hijo, que hoy está en ArtQuest, estaba él en kinder y tuvimos que esperar un año para ser parte de esta comunidad. Yo veo que el beneficio de tener niños bilingües para su presente y su futuro en sus vidas. En aquel entonces estaba cerca de mi casa. Aparte de que me gusta que de CCLA es que va de TK a 8º grado, lo cual garantiza que mis hijos aprendan y reafirmen su español y formen comunidad. Otro beneficio de que mis hijos estén en CCLA es que cuando llegan a high school, ellos ya tienen las bases de español y esa clase será más fácil para ellos, donde tienen que tomar clases de idiomas. También mi hijo estuvo en 7º y 8º.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Virgen, mother of a student who's in education special ed in CCLA. I chose CCLA about 10 years ago when my son was in kinder, and he's now in ArtQuest, because I see the benefit of having bilingual children for their future and their present in their lives. At that moment, my options were, among bilingual schools and for Spanish and English was just CCLA and Cali Calmecac. CCLA was close to my home. But besides that, I like CCLA. I like that it goes from pre-kinder, TK, through 8th grade, which guarantees that students learn and firm up their Spanish and form community. Another benefit is that my kids are when kids are in CCLA, is that when they get to high school, they already have the basis for Spanish, and that class will be easier for them, where they must take language classes. Also, my son was in 7th and 8th in CCLA in the area of theater. That's when she ran out of time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Davalos, followed by Lily Roman, followed by Pat Bailey.
Estimados miembros de la mesa directiva, les escribo como madre de familia y miembro de la comunidad de CCLA para expresar lo que esta escuela significa para mis hijos y para nuestras familias. Cuando elegimos CCLA, no solo elegimos un programa académico, elegimos una comunidad y una escuela donde nuestros hijos pudieran aprender y preservar nuestro idioma y nuestra cultura, que crecieran conectados con sus raíces y se sintieran orgullosos de su herencia. La educación de doble inmersión ha sido un regalo invaluable para nuestros hijos, verlos expresarse con confianza en 2 idiomas, conectar con diferentes culturas y sentirse orgullosos de sus raíces es una experiencia que llena nuestros corazones de emoción y esperanza. Entendemos que el distrito enfrenta desafíos y decisiones difíciles. Sin embargo, les pedimos respetuosamente que consideren el valor humano detrás de cada estudiante y de cada familia afectada. Detrás de las cifras hay niños que aman su escuela, padres que han depositado su confianza en esta comunidad y familias que finalmente encontraron un lugar donde pertenecen.
Thank you for your comments.
To members of the school board, I'm writing as a parent and a member of the CCLA community to share what I think this school truly means to my children and our family. We chose CCLA. We're not simply choosing a school. We're choosing a place where our children could grow up connected to their language, their culture, and their roots. We were choosing a community where they could feel seen, valued, and proud of who they are. The dual immersion program is one of the greatest gifts our children have received. Watching them confidently speak 2 languages, embrace different cultures, and develop a deep sense of pride in their heritage has been incredibly meaningful for our family. As parents, we hope to give all our children every possible opportunity to succeed. CCLA has helped make that dream reality. She skipped a bit. We understand that the district faces difficult decisions, and we appreciate the challenges involved. However, we respectfully ask that you look beyond the numbers. Remember the children and families whose lives are directly affected. Behind every statistic is a child who loves coming to school, a parent who's placed their trust in this community, and a family has found a place and where they truly belong.
Next is Lily Roman, followed by Pat Bailey, followed by Katrina Silva Atkinson.
Good evening, Board. Lily Roman. As you consider the renewal of our charter, I'd like to highlight our student demographics. Over 90% of our students identify as Hispanic or Latine. Nearly a third are English learners. More than 76% come from socioeconomically disadvantaged households. And we serve students with disabilities, foster youth, and students experiencing homelessness. These are populations that are often face the greatest barriers to educational success, but they bring incredible strengths and determination to the classroom. When we talk about equitable access to education and opportunity, these are the students at the center of those conversations. These demographics are not something to overlook, but they're something to consider. Our school opens its doors to every child, regardless of background or circumstances. And we believe every student deserves the opportunity to succeed. And these demographics are a reflection of that commitment to our community. So again, just consider this in your deliberations about our charter. Thank you.
Next is Pat Bailey, followed by Karina Silva Atkinson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pat Bailey. I'm a parent at CCLA as well as a substitute teacher. Board, thank you for your efforts. My understanding, if I understand Ed Code right, is that you will approve our charter, so thank you in advance. My ask is that there be more long-term planning. I was on a committee at the school around facilities planning. I know it's fraught with potential for errors, uncertainty, and things can change midstream, but this has felt like an emergency, a kind of one emergency after another. I want to applaud you for and all the people who were involved for the 7 to 12 transition at the high schools. It seems like it's gone pretty well. We would have heard about it if it didn't. Finally, I would say that people are concerned about the 9 through 12 aspect at CCL. I think their concerns are overwrought, and I just don't think they need to be that concerned. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Karina Silva Atkinson.
Thank you to the board, particularly Donna Prack. Is actually through her, at the time a parent at CCLA, that I was introduced to CCLA. My son at the time was finishing Proctor Terrace. It was during the pandemic, and CCLA was going to be open to the community for middle school. So I attended this seminar or this conference or whatever you want to call it, and she really sold CCLA to me. I wanted my son, who was the elementary at a regular school, to be in a dual immersion program. I wanted him to have the culture, the bicultural that I have, the biliteracy that I have, and I wanted him to have that choice and allow my then baby to have that opportunity when she was able to attend kindergarten. So thanks to my son approving the transition to middle school, my daughter is now at CCLA, and I ask you to please approve the charter as is written so other
Thank you
kids
very
have
much
that
for your comments.
opportunity.
Thank you.
President Caston, those are all the cards.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to remind the board where we're at in this process. We've sat first, our first meeting on this, we sat as the board 4 CCLA. Our second meeting when we received our last public hearing was sitting as the authorizing board, and we are convened again as the authorizing board to take action. We've received and reviewed the staff report on the charter application, and it's been posted on our website for the required amount of time under Ed Code. So I'm going to go ahead and move to discussion. I'm going to start with Trustee Prack first. I'm going to start with Trustee Prack, and then I'll go to Trustee Medina.
I just want to thank all the parents who came out to speak tonight, and to, sorry, I don't remember your name, to the little girl. Abby, you spoke so beautifully. Were you scared? A little bit? Well, you couldn't tell. I don't have any concerns about renewing the charter. And, you know, I did receive a couple emails with concerns from staff, but it's hard for me to find a reason to not support, because I know with charter schools, it's a commitment, especially with dual immersion. So like Spanish and the French school. Hi, Evelyn. It's a commitment that parents make to drive across town or out of the city to put their kids in dual immersion schools. And with the, it's a commitment. And with the concerns from some of the concerns I received from emails regarding the numbers and the fiscal responsibilities and moving the middle school program to Elsie's campus, I just don't feel in my heart that I can force the families to go to a school if they don't want to go there, regardless of how, what restrictions, because parents will cheat, lie, steal to put their kids in a school that they feel is going to provide their kids with the best education, whether they're lying about their address or they're driving to another city. And so I don't see I can't find an argument to say I wouldn't renew your charter. But I do need some questions answered from the district with concerns that I had about, or that I read about the section allocations and with the current enrollment, which I guess we can have the comments first and then I'll ask questions.
Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, well, I didn't want to hog the mic. So some of the questions that I got were from, with the, can I actually just read the question, or is that not allowed?
It's best if it is stated in your own words, because we've already closed the public hearing and the public comment. So if it wasn't a part of the public record previously, so.
Okay, I'll try to paraphrase. Okay, so each section, there should be between 20 to 33 kids in a classroom, correct? And then if there's less students, that means that their section should be collapsed and the students should be distributed to other sections, but more students means that another section needs to be added. I'm just reading now. I'm not pretending. Added to the schedules to avoid having to pay overages to teachers. So how do we, or I guess you can't predetermine how many kids you're going to have enrolled, because kids and parents will enroll like on the day of school. So then with the overages, and I know currently there's 100, or at least according to this email, there's 156 students registered in the junior high program at Elsie Allen. Does that sound right? Roughly? Okay, so then they have to be allocated approximately one teacher per content area, right? So
our
how does
scopes
that
on the
work with that?
CCLA, we're not posted for the LC Allen program.
Right.
So if you can word the question in regards to the charter for CCLA.
Well, no. I guess my concern is with the middle school numbers that are at CCLA right now, And then with the middle school students that are enrolled at LC Allen now, how do are we moving, is there discussions of moving the teachers that want to be voluntarily transferred from that site to go to support the LC Allen Junior High site?
Voluntary transfers have not opened yet.
Okay.
So that, they just completed the involuntary transfer, and I'm looking to Vicky because it's not really actually my area of expertise. So involuntary transfers just ended, and now we're starting voluntary transfers. So depending on sections that may be open, that's then voluntary transfer.
Because I guess, how many teachers do you need for CCLA's middle school program and LC Allen's junior high program? And is there enough teachers? Because I don't want anybody to be let go.
So we're really constrained in not being able to talk about the LC Allen program because it's not agendized. Also, the CCLA boundaries for students is county-wide, so there's not a direct correlation between the neighborhood students that would be attending LC Allen and the county-wide boundaries of the CCLA. But Dr. Zanz, if you could address how the teacher selection and that process goes in the context of our charter middle programs and the rest of them.
Okay, so I will try and address it. So the involuntary transfer window took place. There were positions available at CCLA that were selected through that involuntary transfer window. The sections that were allocated to CCLA were based on the number of students that were pre-enrolled at CCLA. And so the number of students enrolled at any other school site does not affect the number of sections that are allocated to CCLA. So their allocation is independent of the allocation anywhere else.
Thank you. And then one question about the middle school program, the high school program. Are we hiring an additional independent study teacher? Has this position already been filled, or is there a need to hire?
So the independent study position, we've allocated 0.5 FTE, or half of a teacher, to the CCLA independent study. And so we opened a 1.0 independent study position, 0.5 of which will serve our whole district, and the other 0.5 will serve CCLA. That position was selected during the involuntary transfer process.
Okay, so that person will be placed on in the independent study building at Ridgeway?
That person will be placed with the rest of the independent study teachers.
Okay. All my questions. Thank you.
You go Trustee Medina, and then I'm going to give comments, and then I got Trustee Kirby and De La Torre.
President Caston, all I want to do is move adoption of Resolution 2025-26-88 to approve the renewal petition and material revision request for CCLA.
It's been moved by Trustee Medina. I'm going to second it as Trustee Caston. We'll continue discussion. Trustee Kirby or De La Torre, do either of you have continue? Trustee Kirby?
Yeah, couple of questions, comments. So within our charter renewal, it says, I'm just going to read the quote here. SRCS expects CCLA to implement SRCS's feedback as detailed in the staff report, including the need for detailed measurable outcomes aligned to the state priorities with appropriate metrics, both school-wide for identified student groups. So my question is, who in Ed Services, do we have someone that's going to be responsible for tracking and monitoring this implementation? And what's the expected timeline?
So I prepared an analysis, a response to the staff report recommendations. With respect to the individual that's identified for that, that will have to be determined by the team that's going to be taking over next year. But if you see the response that I prepared, it's pretty detailed with respect to what I'm asking to be analyzed and broken down with respect to the staff report. But I will leave that to the team that's taking over.
I thought I read that. I didn't see the timeline in there, though. Is it just?
It should be yearly.
Yearly.
So, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have included that.
Okay. Couple of questions that came up from the public, I guess, so to speak. There was a question as to whether or not we, SRCS, had submitted an independent study annual program evaluation. I think that's required by August 1st. Do we do that every year, correct?
Yeah, I actually have it here. It's been prepared.
Nice.
And I shared it with cabinet, and it can be something that's shared actually on Friday at the board weekly.
Perfect. Lastly, and this may not be necessary, I guess, during the actual charter renewal, but how many classes, which subjects are going to be taught in Spanish versus English at specific grade levels? Is there give an idea about that?
For which grade?
It says it at all grade levels, but specifically in high school, I guess, since we're adding that, I'd like to know that, I guess.
So right now in high school, we would be adding, so if we look at the percentage breakdown in one of our pages that I'm trying to get to, page 25, 9 through 12 would be a 10 to 90 model, which means that right now they would be taking a Spanish course. Part of our challenges has been finding or retaining bilingual staff. And I know that we have a pipeline with Sonoma State. So as of right now, it would be one Spanish class that they would be taking 9 through 12.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had, really.
Trustee De La Torre, Jenkins, and I'll provide some comments.
So I look forward to the continuance of the Santa Rosa Learning Academy, but I do have concerns of how this was written and an implementation of a 9 through 12 independent study online and still supporting comprehensive 7-8 while we're attempting to populate a 7-8 program at LC Allen. So I need to amplify and echo the concerns made earlier that this is taken seriously and the district helps support and guide the implementation of this Learning Academy moving forward so that this can be done to fidelity and this can be done to grow and continue to grow until something beautiful and amazing that our community needs. But I just don't see those additions of supporting comprehensive 7-8 and 9 through 12 as being an appropriate fit. That being said, I don't see those as things of withholding a vote for continuation of the charter.
Trustee Jenkins, and then I'll go to Trustee Dufasi and then myself.
Thank you. So I had two small questions. One, has there been outreach to Wright District to repair or discuss? Maybe you.
Typically, that happens at the superintendent level, and Superintendent Reed and I have not connected.
Is there a plan to?
There has not been. We do see each other at other events, but we can certainly reach out, and I think it would be a great opportunity for our to make some introductions with our new superintendent, with our neighbors.
Thank you. And then the other question. Oh, where'd my other question go? Hold on. Oh, the name change. I know we mentioned this last time. Is that something that comes in the future? It doesn't go with the charter. CCLA today, something else tomorrow. Same school, perfect. And then I had two pieces of feedback. One, the point about having a work group to support charters through this process. Be great if we could do that for our charters in general. They just need support getting these things off the ground. And the other piece of feedback, just throwing it out there as this is a new program, it would be fantastic if we had like a newcomer program that would be able to support those grade levels that are kind of outside of the typical bilingual, bicultural K-8.
Trustee Dufasi?
Thank you, President Caston. I support the renewal. but I do share trustee Delatorre's concern about the 7th and 8th grade population of students, both at CCLEA and the new program we're installing at LC Allen. So I also agree that the district office needs to make sure they're on their game to support this, and obviously to let us know as trustees going forward if there's any issues, so we can get on the front end of this thing and make sure that we have a successful program at both sites.
All right. And my comments are, I mean, simply, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that this should pass as presented. CCLA has done an amazing job in meeting the academic needs of our community. It has a wait list. It has a wait list every year. It has a wait list in the triple digits. I mean, providing more language education is a place that Santa Rosa City Schools has done incredibly well, and CCLA is one of the campuses that we've done that at. It's one of our strengths, shining stars. Expanding it into a realm of independent learning makes sense for those students that are proactive and able to thrive in an independent study environment. And I think it's the first step of this expansion. And as with many first steps, when you think back to when CCLA started and we just had kinders, didn't even have TK, I don't think back then, and that we didn't even know what a 6th grade or an 8th grade graduation would look like. And now we do. Now we've had students actually graduate from our high schools that have been through this. I saw more seals of biliteracy on the stage this last year than existed the years before. And so, yeah, we need to be doing this. We need to be supporting this work. And I'm sorry, but if we're going to be talking about competition in Southwest Santa Rosa for middle schools, let's talk about Roseland University Prep. Let's talk about other places where there's the competition out there. This school is a school where people are going to go that want to have 2 languages and 2 cultures. And we're not competing with the schools that are offering traditional or arts or other types of special offerings. This is about the academics being provided on the campus here. That's the competition. And that's why it has a county-wide boundary. A student from anywhere in this county can go there with an equal right to those that are in the neighborhood. And we need more options. We need more options so that we can meet each and every student where they're at and engage them. So 100% support on this moving forward. Is there any other, Trustee Prack? As you're chewing your apple, I can say more glowing things about them.
Quick question, because since you brought up the newcomer point, Trustee Jenkins, are any of our independent study teachers, are any of them bilingual?
Currently, I do not believe that any of our independent study teachers are BCLAD.
Okay. One, how do we fix that? 2, how do we do the track?
I would like to say,
You don't
as
know
you
what this
finish
means?
chewing, though, that in response to both of your comments, that one of the reasons why this was considered as an option is that in terms of the students that respond to and that are interested in this community school, and this we do have a newcomer population that was interested in an ISB track at that particular site.
That's what I was trying to ask.
Yeah. And so that is something that I think everybody's thinking about. And so we continue to look for teachers that fit that particular profile. The state as a whole is looking to relaunch more BILA. They're called BILA now, authorization tracks, but this is something that the entire state is wrestling with as well.
And I would say that as we,
What I meant. Thank you.
as we gain students in this program and demand, we'll be able to solve the problems because there will be revenue attached to it as the students join the program. Everything is ultimately comes down to the students wanting to be in the program. So any other last comments? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Dufasi.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Vice President Prack.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. With that, we're going to move to item 1B, which is our public hearing on the Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School Renewal Petition and consideration Action on resolution number 2025-26-87 to approve the renewal petition.
Thank you, President Caston, Superintendent August Hume, members of the board, student, staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We recently notified that Principal Coriel has fallen ill, and so in his stead, we have Director Dr. Reimer filling in on the petition. So we'll continue with the public hearing on Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter. Again, I'll follow your lead with respect to any document that you would like elevated for discussion. If not, we'll continue with your, whatever you'd like.
Please just highlight if there were any changes between the last presentation and today.
None at all.
Okay, with no changes, I'm going to move it straight to the public hearing, and then we can get into the discussion after. This is a public hearing. Public hearing is now open.
Thank you, President Caston. I have a few blue cards. For those of you still here, if you can make your way to the podium, 1 minute. First is Kylie Wilson.
Are we good?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Kylie Wilson. As a parent, I'm asking you to support an amendment to the SHRAC sibling preference language that provides preference to siblings of students enrolled at SHRACs and siblings of SHRAC's alumni students who are enrolled in the host middle school, which is RVMS, at the time of lottery. This is not a major policy change. It would be a small adjustment that would help keep siblings together on the same campus, reducing hardships for families and preserving the continuity within school community. I know consistency across charter programs is important to the district. I would respectfully request that this amendment actually better achieves that goal. Like the other charter schools, it helps keep siblings in the same community despite differences in the grade configuration. I hope you will consider supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Easton Wilson.
Good? Hi, my name is Easton. I'm 9 years old and going into the 4th grade. I have been looking forward to going to SHRAC since I was in 2nd grade. Not only do I need the challenge, but I want to be back on the same campus as my sister. She just finished SHRAC and is entering RVMS in the 7th grade. Please consider updating the sibling preference so we can be on the same campus again. It makes it easier for my family and allows me to be challenged. Thank you for your time.
Our last speaker is Laura Montenegro.
Good evening, and thank you for your time, and welcome, Dr. Thomas. Go Wildcats. My name is Laura Montenegro, and I am a SHRAC's parent. A big win during this process of the SHRAC's charter renewal has been the recognition of how essential the SHRAC's model is for twice exceptional students and our community. This recognition, however, is undermined by the proposed change to the sibling preference clause in the charter. There's overwhelming scientific evidence that ADHD and ASD are genetic. And so the chances of families having multiple children that have these conditions is extremely high. For families where this is the case, having the ability to build strong multi-year relationships with staff and school family community is invaluable. As SHRAC is only a 2-year school at this time, eliminating these opportunities would be devastating. Please reconsider and amend the charter back to either its original language or agree to the revised language given to you by the Charter Committee. Thank you.
Our last speaker is actually Taylor Joy.
I've read the new charter amendment, and the guarantee for sibling enrollment used to be 7 years, and the wording is 2 years. That's a pretty big change. So I'm asking for compromise. To to include the word siblings from SRAC's alumni students who are also enrolled at RVMS at the time of the lottery. SRAC's has changed my son's life and his education journey for the better. And my younger son would be heartbroken to know that he might not be a part of that due to some wording change on this renewal. We're at SRAC's, we're a family of families. Most families have multiple kids that aren't Irish twins, so they're spread out, and only allowing 2 years is a pretty small window and would really disrupt the community, and a higher family turnover rate will undoubtedly disrupt the school community. Thank you for your time.
Those are all the cards.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Trustee Jenkins and De La Torre.
Thank you. Obviously, we're going to be approving this tonight, and I'm for a 5-year. I do have, and this is totally my bad, because the last time we had our public hearing, I didn't realize there were changes, and that was my bad as a trustee. I apologize. Couple little points with this program, because it is an exceptional program. It is a wonderful program. It does so much for our students. It is also limited to 128 students. And when we have an exceptional program that has academic rigor and the academics that all of our students need and deserve, one, it needs to be offered to more than 128 students. And then also, maybe we need to look into some form of this as a placement instead of a lottery, because there are certain students that really benefit so strongly, sometimes more than others, with this kind of a setting. And having a lottery, I mean, that's so hard to have like your students' future based on a lottery when it's something that they really need due to a variety of things. So I just wanted to put that out there. But I do think, like, personally, I'm more for a 5 than a 7, especially with the configurations that are happening in the coming years. I'm excited about the expansion of this program, but I think we need to do some work as far as what it looks like in the future.
If we can get a response on our options and the criteria around the 5-7 year issue.
The board does have, excuse me, the board does have authority within those timelines. So it can be a 5-year, 7-year.
And the findings I would be looking at to determine between those two differences?
Typically, it's around the performance, which they do qualify for a 7. That's not common. They are one of the highest performing.
Director Jenkins,
schools.
Los Angeles Unified School District has a model that's just like this. It's called the Schools for Advanced Studies. They have over a dozen of these that you might be interested in looking into. Yeah. Schools for Advanced Studies. Yeah. I opened 2 of them when I was there. Yeah.
Trustee De La Torre?
So can I just get some clarification from the team on why the amendment was made that the community has been so vocal about tonight, and we've received many messages prior to the approval of the charter?
So that was based on the two things. One, around out of the conversation that came the first public hearing when the board was acting as the board of the charter, around how do we change demographics? How do we expand and actually be more active in opening that? And if we do have that long period of sibling succession or preference, then you're not going to have that change in demographics. That's just, that is part of the way that works. And the other piece around the rest of, that's one item, but there are several changes in the lottery process, and that was based on legal counsel related to making sure that we are being more compliant, making sure we aren't inadvertently discriminating, things like that. So based on legal counsel's advice.
So I do have concerns on access to this program. And I have concerns on restrictive language being amended into the writing of this charter to change demographics for a program that's been successful. I agree the success of this program has been amazing, and the program needs to be grown, not restricted to fit what's currently allowed, in my perspective. We need to find opportunities to serve all the students, not continue to serve a handful of them. So it's frustrating to hear this came out of a need to attempt to expand without expanding your opportunities, without expanding our opportunities for families. So there needs to be opportunities for all students to go, not just a handful. And I just feel it could have been written better or could have been designed better. And we should have, could we look into other opportunities in expanding Strax as a whole so there are opportunities for those students?
Trustee Medina, or was a response?
Yes, I actually want to, so that is actually part of the plan, is that we are looking at where to add a location in the future. So we've had those conversations specifically because of the model needing to be connected to a seventh grade environment. When we're looking at what central and what would provide the best diversity as far as opportunities for our community, potentially at Santa Rosa Junior, attached to the junior program at Santa Rosa High.
So my experience with Strax 20 years ago was it was an application process that was reviewed and students were accepted into the 5th, 6th grade
That's
program.
the model in Los Angeles.
So I'm curious where we went astray and now have a lottery and everybody gets in because they want to go to that school. It should have been my experience as a parent with students that have had friends and family, and I've had nieces and nephews that have gone through Strax. It was an application process to get into that campus based on a commitment from the family and the student and a buy-in to the program and what it offered for what those students' needs were. So feels like we got a little bit of off track and we rewrit some things to, again, attempt to expand what may not be equitable and diverse enough, but what we really need to be doing is finding ways to expand the opportunities, not restrict what's allowed.
Trustee Medina, Kirby, and then I'll give comments and questions.
I just would like to move adoption of resolution 2025/26-87 to approve the renewal petition for Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School.
All right. Do I have a second? I'll second it just to get us on with the conversation. Any other comments? Trustee Medina? No. All right. Trustee Kirby.
So just to be clear, with the changing of the wording, since it's a lottery, there is no guarantee that you're going to fill that spot with a potential person that's child that may meet a specific demographic that you're trying to get. Also, if you're limiting the siblings, what if that sibling is already attending does meet those demographics that you want? Now you've also just taken that sibling out of that contention that may be replaced with not that person from the lottery. So, I mean, my friendly amendment to this would be to put it back the way it was, and continue from there.
So I don't think we're going to be in a place as the authorizers on the charter to do that amendment. Right now, we'd have to bring it back as a material revision, which we can do as the board, right? Or
So I have gotten some busy with legal counsel.
feedback that has come in since the last time I checked in.
Yes, well, two different things. So on the 7 years, that is advised against from legal counsel. If the board would want to make it match a little bit more as far as the adding 2-year, if their sibling is attending a co-located campus, that would require that it happen during a public hearing, and that we be directed to make an amendment to the charter approved by the board to make that change as far as that portion of it. It could also come back as part of an MOU to amend the charter, and that would have to come back at a later time. So we could do that as process at another publicly noticed.
So
Let
given
me just
the-
ask a
language right,
clarification
I
on
think-
process. Hold up. So, am I hearing you that we can provide the direction as we're approving it now, and then it would come back to do that? Or you're suggesting we would write the revision from the dais?
If it were to be as part of the motion, if it were to be to approve
With
an
direction.
amendment,
Okay.
to approve the charter with the preference,
4-year for the,
Co-located school.
co-located sibling at a co-located campus.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, well, first I need to go to trustee Medina since he's the maker of the motion. So let me go to trustee Medina.
Just clarity, when you said the not recommended on the 7 years, was that not recommended on the 7-year charter renewal versus the 5?
Sorry, the 7 years was related to the sibling preference.
Okay.
So the old language was that there was a sibling preference, even if the student had been out of the school for 7 years, which, that's a long time. And then the current proposal is just while they're in this school. And then the friendly amendment that I believe is being requested of you, trustee Medina, is that the sibling preference would be offered for while the sibling is at Schrack's or a co-located school. So is that a friendly amendment that you are open to?
I will defer to you, President Caston, since you also have to accept it. If you say yes, then I'll go with it.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and accept it as well. So the motion before us now includes an amendment to include the sibling preference direction to write it better than we're going to write it up here, for a sibling preference while at a co-located school. And I'd like to make sure that that language is done so that it would apply at any co-located school where this charter may be.
Fair.
All right. Any other conversations?
Is it written as 7 years and is,
Yes, so the current recommendation is for the 7-year renewal, and I actually have comments on that. So the motion currently includes that,
currently includes?
the 7-year renewal. Not for, sorry, we have 2 7s. So
There are 2 7s.
yeah, so
There's not 3.
the resolutions for the 7-year renewal based on the performance of the school, and the sibling preference would then be based on the sibling being at the co-located school.
Are either of you open to the 5-year instead of 7?
So
For the renewal?
yeah, for the renewal. So my sentiment on the renewal is the 7-year renewal, recognizing that this is a dependent charter where we can actually come back and make material revisions. And one of our significantly intended material revisions is around location and access. This academic, I'm saying this a lot tonight, this academic model is incredibly successful. And even if we were to attribute half of the differential success to the concentration and selection of the students there based on geography or other demographics, we'd still have a school that's over doubling every standard that the state has, let alone our other schools do. So they've earned the 7-year renewal. And the challenge is that it's behind a lottery in a charter with a 60-something students per year. And it is a model that serves students with disabilities. The very students with disabilities that the state of California has completely abandoned since twice exceptional students were basically no longer served with the reduction in funding for gifted and other types of programs out there. And you look at the prison population and the percentage with neurodivergent disabilities and the primary demographic that this education model serves. And it's a complete travesty that this isn't more accessible and we're not able to move to a place where we can move twice exceptional students in here as a placement. So I think we have a lot of work to do to expand this school. We're restricted. Rincon Valley has let it continue to exist there under the condition of absolutely no expansion. We can't expand grade levels. We can't expand the number of seats. So we have a lot of work to do in the future as the board for this school, which is going to necessitate material revisions to move it to other areas of the city where the students who need this are able to actually access it. So for me, the 7-year renewal honors the work they've done. And we're going to be having this before us again in fewer than 7 years because we have the discretion to do that as their board.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions on this renewal? No? Comments? All right. Trustee Jenkins and De La Torre.
It was just hopefully a basic one. When is the application window for this?
Sorry, the application window is open, I think December 15th, like that, December of every year.
So, okay, so for the charter, this goes in place for the lottery stuff for next school year. Okay, thank you very much.
Trustee De La Torre.
Just again, so it's on record again, find a way to grow this program, find somewhere, somehow to expand this. Like, let's collaborate and work together. And the fact that we're only offering this amazing program to 128 students is embarrassing. Like, that should be celebrated and lifted up. So let's keep working on finding a way to help these communities grow and thrive.
It could be a track at every school.
I do love seeing that. Thank you for pointing out the schools in LA because they are 5 to 12s. And so it's right on track with our 7-12, whatever we're doing with our.
I love it. Trustee De La Torre's carrying the banner for that. But with that, a roll call vote, please, before we go any further.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye.
Trustee DeFosse.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Vice President Prack.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. All right, we're going to move to item 1C, public hearing for the CCLA LCAP. And this is a public hearing. I can open the public hearing. Yes, because it's vote on next. So I'm going to open the public hearing for the CCLA LCAP. Is there a presentation first? All right, let's go.
Good afternoon.
While they're bringing that up, I'm just going to say these public hearings, or we receive the public hearing, next meeting we'll be voting on these. So for timeliness, we have a lot of time in between the meetings to ask questions.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriela Mendoza Torres. I'm the current interim principal at CCLA, and I am here to present the LCAP public hearing. So in our LCAP, we have 3 goals: academic well-being and staff. And so our academic goal is centered around increasing our ELA and math, specifically our SBAC scores or CAS scores, and also our English learner progress. Our target is a 5% annual improvement, and that's what we've been working on. So below you can see year 1 and year 2, and those are the CAS scores increasing. So it's standard met or exceeding the standard. And so we're making some growth, lots of growth, but we need to be making more growth, as we know. Well-being. So this one specifically, we're targeting our suspension, decreasing suspension, and also reducing chronic absenteeism. So once again, we're measuring this through the California dashboard. And in year 1, we've been making some great strides to year 2 as well. So decreasing all of those numbers and making sure that we're decreasing suspensions, and students are showing up to school. The next one is our staff. So making sure that our staff is prepared and able to teach our dual language program, and also ensuring our PLCs. So making sure that our teachers are getting trained and getting exactly what they need in order to do a fantastic job inside their classrooms. Some of the actions that went around with these goals, one of the actions that is new is the independent study teacher on the progression of our 9th through 12th program, expansion of that. So that has been implemented into our LCAP. Also testing support, so making sure that we have the resources and the support and the staffing needed to conduct LPAC testing at the beginning of the year and also in February, along with our SBAC testing that happens once a year in the springtime, along with our other actions that have been there. These are just some of them that we have about, in this goal item, we have 16 actions. So these are just some of them. I didn't put them all there, but these are some of them. Goal 2, so outdoor education. So these are some of the actions and the money that we're going to be using, or the money is going to be used on this. Outdoor education, our elementary counselor, our school-based therapy, which is done through Humanidad Therapy, our athletics programs, field trips, and then also lunchtime enrichment. And our goal 3 is specifically looking at the work that I know that we're going to be doing as a district, although we started a little ahead, but now we're going to be all together through the PLC CAPS and also attending conferences for further capacity building with staff. And that is the end of my report, or the end of the LCAP.
Thank you for the report. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing.
I do not have any blue cards.
We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. This is just the public hearing, so I'll give an opportunity for trustees to ask for information that they wish to see come back in 2 weeks, if there is any. Trustee Kirby?
I just wanted to, I think I brought this up previously, but I just wanted to make sure that on page 10 of the report of the plan, 1.2, the action with the teachers on special assignment, that is corrected. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I just stated that it's not correct. It needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we're going to move to item 1D, public hearing for Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter School LCAP.
Thank you. Good evening. So again, good evening. My name is Michael Reimer. I'm a director in educational services, and I'm pinch hitting tonight for Principal Coriel, who's absent. He's out sick today. Next slide. So as we know, summarizing some of the previous presentations that we've seen, the school enjoys several strengths. I think highlighting here in this slide, of course, student achievement. Very strong test scores from English language arts and mathematics, and a history of the students meeting or exceeding expectations on standardized tests. Connected to that, of course, is goal number 1 from their LCAP, focusing on academic excellence. And here, I think that of note is the strategies and techniques that they're employing at the school site, focusing on a rigorous curriculum, depth and complexity work across the board in their classes, and a focus on critical thinking. Multiple metrics are used, so they try to triangulate the data to make sure that I think that that they're getting the maximum out of their efforts together with the students. And so here, what we see them doing is focusing on CASP scores in English and mathematics, of course, the science test scores as well. And then rounding that out with some other formative assessments, Let's Go Learn, and a Renaissance reading assessment as well. Goal number 2 focuses on SEL, or climate. And here the school has focused in the last couple of years, I think, at reaching out in a more significant way to staff, students, and parents in the community, bolstering supports around safety, making sure that they've got a welcoming and inclusive environment, and helping to round out, I think, focusing on some additional counseling support as well. And this is clear to me in their work, particularly in the family engagement that we see. Very strong culture and community from their students and parents. Again, here, goal 2, multiple metrics are used. And so what we see is a focus on attendance, student discipline, suspensions, and then panoramic and youth truth data to make sure that we're triangulating, the responses again, and looking to make sure that we're thinking about continuous improvement and working to strengthen the experience for the students. And again, I think the noteworthy on this slide is the fact that the community has very strong family engagement participation. Goal 3 is connected to the staffing and facilities, of course. The school boasts highly qualified staff. Mentioned in some of the prior trainings that they focus on additional training and support for their staff members. The team works to build in instructional technology. As many of you know, a few years ago, the site had a nice upgrade as well. So the facilities are bright, clean, and safe for all the kids. And definitely what we see is a collaborative, professional culture with the teachers and team there. The metrics connected to Goal 3, of course, are connected to the staffing profile. The FIT report is a facilities report that's done annually and reports out on conditions, and then integration of technology as well. Stakeholder engagement, finally, at the end, we mentioned several times. I think it's evident the commitment of the staff and the community. And that's evident in staff meetings, advisory council, strong PTSA or PTSO activity as well. And I've enjoyed being part of that community myself throughout the LCAP development and the reauthorization process. I've attended a number of those meetings and seen that group in action. Next steps, the team plans to continue to monitor the data. They intend to focus on maintaining a high achievement, high standards and high achievement for all the students, strengthening the SEL supports to make sure that it's a comprehensive program that they're offering, and finally working to make sure that they're engaging their school community around continuous improvement. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing.
There are no blue cards.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. Questions, comments from the board specifically pertaining to this item coming back in 2 weeks? Seeing none, we'll move to item E, public hearing for the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, LCAP. Principal Imparato. Since we haven't seen you yet tonight.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent, board members, President Caston, Principal Imparato. It is my pleasure to be here tonight. And thank you for the opportunity to present our 26-27 local accountability plan. So I'm just going to share a little bit about who we are, what our data shows, how we're serving our students, and where we're headed next year. Next. So Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts, we're a dependent charter of Santa Rosa City Schools. We serve approximately 400 students, grades TK through 8. What makes us unique is our arts integrated approach, and the visual and performing arts, they're not just an add-on here. They are woven into every core subject every day. And this is our second year actually as a designated Title I school. And our SACO parent organization continues to be just an incredible partner in everything we do with our families. Our 26-27 LCAP is organized into 2 goals. We have goal 1, which is our academic excellence through arts integration. And so this means, again, that there's integrated, and we call it AI, but it's not, it's arts integrated. And this is for TK through 8 with specialty teachers in music, drama, visual arts, and then ELD support for English learners, our daily intervention blocks. And then this year was actually a pilot for iReady in ELA and math. Goal 2 is a safe, inclusive school climate and community, and we support this through, we will be having a part-time counselor, our school safety advisor, who will also be using restorative practices. And then we'll continue, of course, with our monthly Narwhal assemblies, buddy classrooms across grade levels, and again, our strong family engagement through SACO, and then just monthly coffee with SACO and the principals. So let's look at what our data shows. So in math, we used iReady diagnostics in the fall and the spring. At the start of the year, only 16% of students were at or approaching grade level. And then by spring, that number did jump to 45%, which it did triple over the course of one school year. So students who were 2 or more grades behind dropped from 29% down to 13%, which it is meaningful growth and it does reflect hard work. However, ideally, we want all of our students to be at grade level. The work is not done. And when we look at our reading and ELA data, we see similar momentum, right? We started the year with 35% of students at or approaching grade level. And then by spring, that did grow to 56%. And then students at or above grade level did nearly double, but we still have more work to do. We need to get all of our students up to grade level. So when we serve our students, these outcomes, they happen because we try to put the right people in the right place. So our LCAP and our Title I funds work together, and these support those key positions for our unduplicated students, and that serves all our students as well. So our music teacher, and then our ELD specialist who also teaches drama, an art coordinator, and an instructional aide for small group instruction, our part-time school counselor who will be providing Tier 1 and SEL, and then a school safety advisor to help support our school with restorative practices. And this is why a drama ELD position works. These are not the only whys, these are some of them. And just highlighting that drama ELD position, it is something unique to who we are. So drama is that language in action. And when students perform, they read scripts, they write reflections, they listen actively, and they speak out loud in front of an audience. So for our English learners, that creates an authentic and low stakes space. They build fluency and their academic voice. And then for all of our students, it strengthens literacy skills. It feels meaningful and it's motivating. So this position serves our ELL reclassification goals, and it strengthens our ELA outcomes school-wide. We do struggle with chronic absenteeism at our school, and we're collectively addressing this chronic absenteeism through our continuous improvement collaborative with the Sonoma County Office of Education. So we did identify a 24% chronic absenteeism rate, and this is concentrated among our special education and our Hispanic Latinx students. When we looked at those root causes through empathy interviews, and we realized that a lot of the root causes were difficult morning transitions, mental health days, separation anxiety, emotional dysregulation. And then so our response, we're focusing on those protective factors. We have to make school a place that students want to be at. And part of this is done through the arts, through performances, through making sure they know they belong, our counseling, our buddy classrooms, and then that strong family connection. And then just stakeholder engagement, none of this happens in isolation. Our SACO parent organization is heavily involved. We have families continuously at our site. All of their board positions are filled. We're running thriving events. And then our parent advisory board, that's expanded now. That's also our school site council. And then we partner with SCO for that continuous improvement collaboration I mentioned, Youth Truth Panorama surveys. All of these help inform our LCAP priorities. And then finally, just our priorities are clear. We want to maintain arts integrated project-based learning as our academic core. We want to deepen ELA and math intervention for high need students, and we want to tackle chronic absenteeism. We're proud of this school, and thank you for letting us present our LCAP to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing.
President Caston, I do not have any public comment cards.
We'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments? We have not had as much conversation about the Arts Charter as we have the others. So Trustee Jenkins, Dufasi, and then De La Torre.
I just wanted to thank you. I meant to say this last time we were up here, but it didn't happen. But there was a training that you mentioned the last time you were here, the Focus 5 ones out of the Kennedy Center. And when I was working in the arts and doing arts integration stuff, I took that training. After working in behavioral health in non-public schools and residentially, after that life, I took that training. And it was one of the best behavioral trainings for classroom management. I was just blown away. So I was thrilled to hear that you were using that. It does set safety in a class very differently than other things. And it's shocking to me that it's arts integrated. I know that's off topic, but I just wanted to plug that. Thank you.
Trustee Dufasi.
So I'm wondering what the Continuous Improvement Collaborative with the Sonoma County Office of Education, what exactly is the county office doing with you and for our students? How does that work?
So this is a collaborative, and when we go, it's actually with some of our other charter partners and our district partners to do our LCAP together and to make sure we address with data, with empathy interviews, with our, when I go, sometimes I go with either my counselor, my art coordinator. In the past, I've gone with my restorative specialist or my school safety advisor. So it's the team at your site that can help lead the work. And then it's time provided to us, that precious time, to review the data, to look at peer-reviewed strategies, and to ensure that we have the information we need to try and bring it back to our sites and work with our people.
And I'm guessing then we're also working with the parents, right? As a parent with a student that's going into an extensive needs class, there are days when he does not want to get out of bed. And now that he's 12 going to teenage years, I expect that to be a little more challenging. So, yeah, if we're doing that, that's great. Thank you.
Trustee De La Torre.
Quick and sweet, it's always such a welcoming, heartfelt experience to be on your campus. So thank you. Thank you for what you've done. And thank you for highlighting some challenges in the LCAP that the site has had, and not only highlighting the challenges, but by offering the work that you're willing to put in and continue to do to alleviate those challenges. We're here to serve you and your students. So please continue to bring these things to our attention, ask for help when help's needed, and let's please continue to collaborate and support and love on the arts so that all students have those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll add my thoughts on complimenting you on the presentation and the work that you do on the campus. I've seen it quite intimately this year. And, I think one of the things I get asked regularly is, why don't we do this everywhere? And I get that asked about a lot of the programs that we have. And I think first and foremost, one of those assumptions is that every single student needs the exact same thing and will thrive in the same conditions. And fundamentally, I think we all know that that's not true. But how do we make sure that all students have access to it that do need and want it is, I think, a core question for this board to be tackling in the coming year. And every school that we're receiving these presentations on right now has waiting lists, including yours. And that speaks to the staff, the teachers, the parent community, and all the work you've done to create an environment where we are not currently able to serve all the students that do need this education. And I hope that we can tackle that. I think this LCAP will help improve access for the students that the LCAP is designed to target. But I also think that we need to tackle the structural challenges that have not enabled us to admit all of the students that your campus can receive. So thank you. With that, we will move on to
Thank you.
F, public hearing for the Santa Rosa French American Charter School LCAP. Principal Anderson. Do we intentionally have French and F as the same item? Just checking.
Okay. I'll provide filler, don't worry. So, hello, intern superintendent August Hume, President Kasten, board members. I'm Evelyn Anderson, principal of the Santa Rosa French American Charter School. And it's coming soon, and it's really short. So I'm pleased to be here to just give you some highlights of our LCAP. And what I did, that you'll see shortly, was I took all of our LCAP goals and created one long run-on sentence. Next slide. There we go. Okay, so our LCAP goals guide us in removing barriers and providing opportunities to further personal and academic success through reducing chronic absenteeism, improving academic and social emotional supports, providing rigorous and engaging learning experiences, and meeting multilingual learner needs. One of the sources we need to look at when we're working on our LCAP is this California State dashboard. And you can see that our 2025 dashboard was really pretty with lots of blues and greens, except one indicator. Do you see it? We were red in the English learner progress. But hopefully we'll be able to turn that around and move the needle, just as we did previously when we were in the red for chronic absenteeism. There is hope, Sarah. So we are required to address any red indicators in our LCAP. So for the 2026-27 LCAP, we added a new goal. Goal number 5, address English learner progress. And the actions we're going to take to meet this goal include adding a family engagement facilitator to our LCAP budget. Obviously, that helps with engaging families and also is required for administrating our LPAC tests. And then we're also going to really focus in and do some intentional intervention and really carefully progress monitor those students. We continue to be your French immersion program where students develop multilingual skills and grow as global citizens. And the LCAP goals and actions guide us in supporting unduplicated students and monitoring their outcomes as we strive to minimize achievement gaps. That concludes my presentation.
Go ahead and open the public hearing.
There are no blue cards.
I will close the public hearing. Trustee Jenkins.
I had a question on the red English learners. Because it's a dual immersion charter school, ideally, wouldn't you want 50% of your students to be English learners?
They're all multilingual learners, right? They're all learning another language. The piece that I think plays into what you're asking is that for a lot of students, they are only having 10% of their day with interacting with English until 3rd grade. So we really see a huge difference between the 3rd grade test scores and the 6th grade test scores. And so And then eighth grade is off the charts. So yes, they don't have a lot of English. So the test is in English, and we can assume that they are not going to do so well until they get more English.
But it's not for, like, that score is not necessarily for a specific language other than English, right? It's
No.
just how it's testing in
it-
English language.
Yeah.
So it's like, I would assume that it would not, that you wouldn't score great in that, correct?
True.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
But
Thank you for the
But
presentation.
it is a state measure, so we
Right.
have to meet it or
Tracks.
acknowledge it.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation.
Trustee De La Torre?
A, paint job's coming along pretty nicely.
Yes.
B, as we discussed, the one red zone, now that 0.2 bilingual,
Mhm.
are you looking for a 0.2 English Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a good point to understand better on what challenges the academy is currently having with our English learners with the Spanish background. So what is plan B or C if you're unable to fulfill or find a 0.2 bilingual?
Good question. I don't know.
Thank you.
I appreciate that we have to respond to the state dashboard. The state dashboard is an imperfect and blunt instrument that doesn't actually help us in a dual immersion environment. Is there an additional indicator that you can bring to us in the future that would actually give us a better context of the actual progress our students are making as they go through the school, through your program? Because I know the actual end result is actually stronger English language proficiency, and I think we should probably be setting an indicator for us to see on the slide after this one in the future.
Good point. Okay. Yes, I will do something about that. And, for example, I think it was the 2024 CAST testing, 94% of our English language learners tested proficient or, met or exceeded the standard. So in sixth grade, right? Not in third grade, but in sixth grade.
And as a parent who had a child go through dual immersion, not your program, but we're all prepared for that, right? You go to the TK orientation, they're like, just to be clear, the third grade tests are going to freak you out. And that's okay, because when you get to sixth or later, you're going to have, stronger results. And so I think it's just a place where we shouldn't, we should have the dashboard up there, and then we should have the next slide that explains why that dashboard's not useful for this.
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Anything else? All right. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Caston, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any
I'd
objections?
love you all to be done in 34 minutes, but in case we're not.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, no objections. We'll go ahead and extend the meeting to 11 o'clock or earlier. With that, we're going to move to item 2, our student services calendar. This is one public hearing on it, which is the Santa Rosa City Schools LCAP. Dr. Castro.
Thank you
what
very
do say,
much, President Caston, Superintendent August Hume, members of the board, student staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. To open this, just a reminder to the board that we are going to be moving into the third and final year of this LCAP. And by doing so, we have made some final revisions. And as part of this, we've been contemplating, as you all know, some very stringent fiscal stabilization opportunities, if you will, or some decisions, very difficult decisions. And as a part of that, we've had some conversations with our community. And as a part of that, some very tough decisions to make with respect to how we spend our resources. And to do that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Superintendent August Hume to tell us about how those conversations went.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. And sorry, I'm pinch hitting, and we're doing a little revision here. Director Haley had to leave for an emergency, so we're going to tag team this presentation. I do want to share that, and we've talked about this the last couple of years, and that is determining our base. And one of the things that is at play is that when you look at our declining enrollment, and in combination with that, our substantial increase in unduplicated pupils, what's happened is that where we see our base has stayed fairly flat, and we have increasing expenditures, we have a substantial increase in supplemental and concentration. We have all become used to what has been base according to what we believe things should be. In other words, we think all kids should have an amazing set of services. The reality is that we can't afford that. And so what we had to do was take a really serious look at everything that we do and determine if we had tens of millions of dollars less, which is the reality when we are looking at supplemental and concentration now, what then would our base be set at? And so those were some of the conversations that we had with our public, our community members, and with our labor partners. We had to take a look at what is it that we do in our normal operations that's considered base versus what percentage of some of those things are supplemental and concentration. And I want to start by saying that I apologize for the lateness of the LCAP document itself. It has been incredibly challenging to go through and do that. And, one with not as many staff available to do so, but the bigger thing is really having to rethink, reimagine what all of that means. I don't know that it actually makes sense for us to spend a lot of time going through a lot of the slides. I think it's about what the process was and some highlights, lowlights also of what we had to address. One of those things was, Director Cardozo and I had a conversation around CTE. What would that mean if we were really to think about what is a base CTE program? If we had to say, okay, what's the minimum that we can do for a student to meet graduation requirements? That redefinition of base becomes one pathway at every high school. That's 2 CTE opportunities, 2 CTE courses, because you have to have a minimum of 2 in order to meet that. That then means that as we look at how do we create a broad provide a broad course of study, a lot of opportunities, how do we remove barriers? It's by all of those additional sections and classes and opportunities that we're able to provide. So those are things that you're going to see in our LCAP. We also normally, between the public hearing and our adoption, normally what you receive in the public hearing is essentially our final LCAP document. You have a draft this evening that will be updated further as we continue our work in refining how that fits in with the input that we've received, with the goals established by the board, with our conversations that we've had with our labor partners. We had a couple of meetings with our labor partners, which was fantastic. Felt like we had some really good conversations. We also set up some conversations around how we do this differently for next year to be more collaborative from the get-go. So sorry, we've made some adjustments right here as we were talking about that. That's the mindset as we were going through this. So it is very different than what we've done in the past. I did make an update to our presentation. So there is a link in here to the presentations that we made during our input sessions. And I think it's really important that as we look at how we are better partners with all of our stakeholders, One of those is how we have those conversations going forward and the collaboration. So just wanted to share with that. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Castro for a few minutes to talk about a couple of slides, and then I can pop in with some more information.
Sure. So as Superintendent August Hume was just reviewing through this process and through all of the process every year, we try to increase the amount of transparency that we have with the community, strengthen the alignment that we have with respect to the resources and student needs. This process is always part of the continuous improvement process that we try to mirror with the site plans, the SIPSs, identifying using data to identify what are the priority actions, and then tying those to actions, then tying those to resources, and then hopefully identifying a feedback loop that then you can determine whether or not in a short amount of time, whether or not you're making an impact, right? And then being able to share that out with your community to determine whether or not you're making an impact and increasing student outcomes. The key revisions that we're going to be reviewing here are going to be a reflection of the conversations that we had both with the community and then a reflection of the needs that we had basically going through this fiscal stabilization process. So they do reflect the consolidations, the closures, the reductions, obviously our constraints, and like I said, our continued attempt to improve clarity and transparency in this process. Some of the actual actions that you're going to see here are, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here with respect to what you saw happen over the year. So these are basically a list of the things that you are the decisions that you made over the last several months with respect to the changes to the central office and to the school sites, to staff. This is the reality that our district is going through right now. So you'll see that these were the individuals and these were the staff that were actually identified in the LCAP. So this is these are the actual individuals that were represented in the LCAP. And you'll see everything from the multilingual coordinator to all the way down at the bottom there, the actual elimination of the co-teaching model. I'll let that sit for a second if you have any particular questions on these, but I'm not going to go over every single one of them.
And I will add that in the document uploaded, there are some additional additions in there and some revisions in language on several of the items too.
Just a reminder, if you're looking at how a district is funded, you're not going to see everything in the LCAP, right? Because this is supplemental and concentration. So not all of the cuts that we made as a district are going to be reflected in the LCAP, but this calls out exactly what was eliminated that was part of the LCAP.
And let's move through the full presentation. We'll do the public hearing and then we'll ask questions.
This particular slide shows increases that we are going to be reflected in the LCAP because we do need to continue to provide support to the students that did generate these funds under supplemental and concentration. So these were prioritized based on the conversations that we did have with our stakeholders and community.
Another thing that I'd like to add in here is that the areas for focus are around how we are more preventative, more forward-thinking planning. How do we provide true, strong MTSS going forward? You know, you heard a little bit of that in our study session earlier. Some of those changes are included in our planning in the LCAP for next year, as well as the focus on first best instruction continuing and those strengthening those tier 1, 2, and 3 supports in a more cohesive system. Some of the items that will be finalized and revised between now and the next hearing the action between the hearing and the action are around actual funding sources. So we have some things that are identified as the actions, and we're looking to identify obviously our most restricted funds first and marry and braid things. So we're still continuing that work over the next 2 weeks as well.
Then you see a continuation on goal 2. We have 3 main goals in the LCAP. This is goal 3. So you'll see in goal 3, the reductions, and then on the second half of this slide, the increases. And you'll see the shift toward the CAPS work that is going to subsume the MTSS work that we're doing this year, which is a continuation of the arc of the Tier 1 quality first instruction work that we've been doing over the last few years. We exited differentiated assistance a couple of years ago, but this year, because our numbers, a population of African American and American Indian students increased enough for us to actually get identified for them. Now we actually, they're a focal or student group that we are have been identified for additional assistance for. And so as we look ahead, we're going to expand our MTSS framework to include these two populations so that we can actually focus on supporting them. So we are under differentiated assistance. Again, for English language arts and mathematics, chronic absenteeism and suspensions for the two subgroups, African American and American Indian. It's important to call this out in our LCAP because under federal law, it's something that we are obliged to identify as an action that we need to intentionally look into, work that we're going to be doing, and this is going to be included in our CAPS work that we're be moving forward. It's going to be a focus. This page just basically calls out, and it's something that you could probably look at when you have some time, some of the metrics that we focus on very intentionally and some of the numbers that, that we call out that we've been tracking with respect to how we've been following different subgroups and or student groups and metrics in particular. Some of them we discuss during our board meetings. Others we don't discuss on a regular basis, but in ed services and in different spaces, it's something that we're always looking at, whether it be CTE or other work. You'll see this comes up in conversation in different spaces, whether it's A through G completion, ethnic studies completion, reclassification rates, seal of biliteracy. These are all things that we're looking at and all things that the different work that we do in different departments all affect the work that we do and all affect student outcomes. You see at the bottom that, that we have a focus on participation and staff development. Oh, and another thing I want to call out on this is that they're broken down by goal. This is something that's important for us to be focused on as well. Something new for this year is that our continuation school did qualify for the equity multiplier. And with that, it did qualify for quite a large sum of money, and we expect them to qualify for this moving forward. This multiplier, this particular resource is something that schools qualify under non-stability rates, and we expect Ridgeway to basically qualify for this resource moving forward. And with that, their community met, they had stakeholder meetings, and they identified how they're going to be using this resource over the next few years to identify additional 0.5 of a family engagement facilitator. They're going to have an additional advisory in the morning, an additional counselor they've identified to help improve student outcomes.
Dr. Castro, can you just give us a little bit of information on what a non-stability rate is?
So it's it's allocated to school sites with a prior year non-stability rate of greater than 25%. For it has to do with like a transiency of students in the community, like whether or not how long they're able to stay at the school site. Yeah. That says it at the bottom there too. Good question, and it's important because we just qualified for it, and we want to be able to hold on to that. And it's one of those like data points that you don't like it when people have it, but it's good that they're receiving the resource. So based on that, based on the fact that we have a school that qualifies for that resource and they're receiving a good $500,000 that is going to be spent over several years, we are adding a goal to our LCAP. And you can see that we had Dr. Perez meet with their community in March for several meetings, and they had developed a plan, and their plan has several actions. And so they built a pretty comprehensive plan that has these actions, and they're looking forward to be really supporting their students over the next few years.
Thank you for the presentation. We're going to open the public hearing.
President Caston, there are no public comments.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Again, with the recognition this is coming back and we have lots of draft things in front of us. Questions, comments, Trustee De La Torre and then Trustee Medina.
First and foremost, just seeing the decreases in eliminations is heartbreaking. Thank you for putting that into perspective and scope. None of us wanted to be a part of those decisions to have to let any of those things go. They were all very impactful positions, programs, and opportunities that our students needed. I'd like to know what are the legal mandates, if there are any, for the community meetings. There's
You're asking-
LCFF meetings, like the community presentations.
For us to community stakeholder meetings for the LCAP.
Is it a district policy or do we have ed code requirements to engage with our stakeholders?
In the LCAP, we have to be able to show, and in the LCAP that we have held community stakeholder meetings.
So when I consider that perspective, what I've seen is that we have to have meetings. We put it out there, we communicate it. What can we do to collaborate and understand our wins and our challenges and what's happened before so that these can actually be impactful, engaging opportunities for the stakeholders to understand what we're talking about and why it's so important and where this funding comes from and where it's going to go. Will we have opportunities to decipher what's happened a little bit better so that we can be better prepared and how to forward? I don't want to have a meeting and 15 people show up. I want this for the stakeholders to understand how important these are and why we're doing them, and we're not just doing them to do them, but we need valued input in those.
So there are some groups that we have to specifically schedule time with, which I realized I didn't reflect on the slide, like DLAC. We also had, you have to receive input, meet with your SELPA, your unions, which we did reflect that. Those are all things that we are always working to do better at. One of the things that we know is that people show up when their kids have events. And so, yay, we could do something attached to something with students. I know that's come up quite a bit in the past when we've talked about ways to try to marry a not so exciting topic with something that people do get excited about to come out for. So I think we'll continue to work on those opportunities for community engagement. And obviously, the thing that I have a hard time with is that this year we didn't get to do our information sessions at all, which last year there were difficult conversations, but it did get people out. I would say that we had better participation last year than any other year. Because there were things that we were talking about that people were very passionate about. So again, it's just finding those ways to connect with our community, to draw them in, or to find spaces where they're at.
And our community saw those as an opportunity to ask questions that were very cumbersome on their hearts and minds. And they felt that was the opportunity to ask those questions, regardless whether we had answers or not. My main point and my main ask is that we're not just checking a box, that we're being more mindful and purposeful on how to ensure these are engaging so that we can get the proper input and have the data we need to help make these decisions and put policy in the right direction.
Right. Trustee Kirby, or no, sorry, Trustee Medina and then Trustee Kirby.
Thank you. I'll make a couple things transition. First, in the metrics, I don't think that I saw anything around the state seal of civic engagement. I know there's been talks and movement towards that. Is that included anywhere?
The discussion around this state seal of civic engagement was still being had, and so it hasn't been implemented to be able to have any data on yet.
And so on that end, kind of going to Trustee La Torre's comments. To me, this process is still kind of new. I think it started in 2014 when we moved towards the LCAP. And in the beginning of that, a lot of it simply revolved around educating people as to why or how, what's the importance of it. I think that, to your point, Trustee La Torre, we as a district with the decreased staff and capacity, I don't think we're as able to do that as effectively, but I think what we can do is in the context of civic engagement and partnerships, look at some of our community organizations that could help to educate people about what this process is from that civic engagement perspective, and then partner with the district to hold community forums or meetings or help invite them to these sessions and to better inform. Because there's a lot of community partners that do share that interest in making sure people are making educated decisions and providing input into the decisions that we make that impact their kids, that impact our communities. But I agree with you. I think it's very important that we get more engagement. The other part that I wanted to ask about is I don't know if it necessarily falls within the LCAP, but I think one thing that I think is really important is student engagement. And I think about how involved our students are and what we do as a district, or if this could be part of this, where we ensure that we're providing both training to our ASB or leadership teachers that help them work together and also expand the knowledge that they bring to our campuses, as well as like other folks, like I think from our classified perspective, our business office managers that have received a lot of like new programs that potentially have a lot of power to help, especially as we have less resources and we need our students, our communities to work better together to help them know how to use these tools on our campus, but they need training or networking with other folks. Do we provide professional development or opportunities for them that could be included as part of this in the context of that student engagement and getting kids to come to school? And on that also, I don't know where it falls, but the idea of teachers that serve as advisors for clubs and like how are they compensated for that? Is that something that's included somewhere, whether it be the LCAP or somewhere else, that is part of the budget that again engages our students and helps give them reasons to come to school and show up and be a part of something?
What you're referring to, Director Medina, would be under Goal 2, social emotional learning. So that we do with Panorama and the Youth Truth Survey. That would be, now with respect to what you, sounds like what you're talking about might be a little bit of an extension to that. And something that would be more of a discussion with respect to whether or not the board would want to, or with further discussion, delve into a little bit more. But yes, that what you're referring to, there is an action that is actually dedicated to that in Goal 2, and it's on slide, the metrics slide there under Goal 2, social, emotional, and learning survey and climate wellness and safety. And so it would just be a matter of digging deeper into that and seeing how you might want to expand what that means to fit more of what you're discussing.
And on Goal 4, Action 5, which I don't remember exactly how it was stated, this idea of like college tours and field trips and things like that. Is that something new that's being added, or did that already exist? And if so, like what kinds of supports or what coordinated efforts would be being done by the district with the sites.
Yeah, apologies if I didn't explain that well or loud enough. That entire goal 4 is brand new because of Ridgeway's equity multiplier. So all of those actions were developed as a result of Ridgeway qualifying this year for the equity multiplier.
So was that just for Ridgeway?
action, I'm sorry?
Was that
Just
for-
Ridgeway.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so goal 4, action 5 was only for Ridgeway.
Yes. That's for them.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
I know this was mentioned as a draft, LCAP. Any timeline on when we'll perhaps get the final?
We hope to get the revisions done within the next week. And then, well, actually, it will have to be done within the next week for posting. So I'm trying to think of what day it is. So yes, by hopefully midweek next week to give it a couple extra days before the agenda posting.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you were definitely challenging my speed reading ability by trying, it's a big document with a lot of information. So with that, just be sure to have a look at page 52, 1.13. So it says that we're going to fund 5.0 FTE behavior specialists, but there's no dollar amount associated with that. I don't know if that got left out on purpose or.
I think that's one that's being updated based on what we had and what things are looking like under a potential restructure.
Right. Okay. That's all I had. Yeah.
Right. I will say that while it's a lot of reading, a lot of it is representative of actions that we've taken previously around budget decisions and things are moving around. So we'll see numbers in there that are very similar to things that we've actually already voted on, or for instance, in our study session earlier on the restructure. So with that, thank you. We've received the public hearing. We are going to move the
Thank
agenda
you.
because we have a short amount of time to complete a significant amount of work. With that, we're going to move to the finance calendar. This is going to be public comment on the finance calendar, which is going to be item 3B, public hearing on the 26-27 budget, and then 3C, which will be approval of a newly established Fund 20 special revenue funds. We'll open public comment.
President Caston, there are no public comment cards.
Okay, and I'm going to open public hearing on item B. Is there anyone here for the public hearing? Yeah, we'll do that. I'm just seeing if there's any cards for the public
I do
hearing.
not have any cards.
All right, I'll close the public hearing, but we will receive the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Excited to be here. Is that not loud enough? There we go. All right, so while my friend Joel here gets us set up, I'm going to find my glasses. And, sorry?
I'm going to transfer you, Joel, sorry.
So we are at the exciting time of the proposed budget, where you'll get to see all of the effects of the hard decisions that were made this year, right? Some of that certainly helped us in the current year, but the bulk of it is going to help us in the next year specifically, and then it continues as ongoing improvements that we can see in the overall budget. So I'll note we are hearing some really good things about the potential for what's going to come out in the Budget Act. And I want to highlight one of the bits of that just sounds like it's going to be pretty solid is the improvement to special education. It sounds like it's going to be real and we can count on it. We're not counting on it so far, but we are expecting to be able to see that improvement eventually down the line. So if you can hit the next 2 slides for me, Joel. So here, I just want to briefly go over some of the changes from third interim to estimated actuals, right? It wasn't that long ago we did third interim, but we have continued to tighten the budget. And I want to just note a couple of highlights with some of those places that we've been able to tighten. So we did see a slight improvement in some of the revenues. Is it a way to, we can't, yeah. Okay, so we can't do that. Okay, so improvements on the revenue side is about just short shy of $1.9 million. Most of that is just going to drop down to the bottom line for us. So it increases our ending fund balance. So we don't lose the money. We just didn't spend it this year. We'll spend it next year. A way that you can see that notable improvement is if you compare the first column to the second column, our restricted ending balance that we were projecting as of third interim was $8.9 million. You just do a little circle there so you can see it, 8.9 million. And it's going to grow by over $5 million now. So that was work that was done intentionally to go in and just tighten those revenue budgets, tighten specifically the expenditure budgets, right? If a requisition hadn't been established and a PO created by middle of April, we're assuming you're not going to spend those dollars. And so we went ahead and tightened up those budgets. They drop down to the bottom line. We'll get to carry them over into next year, but it allows us also to get additional reassurance on where we're going to end with cash at the end of June, right? Where we started off the fiscal year, we were projected to have insufficient cash in June. We have continued to improve our cash position since we met last, and I'm excited to be able to show you those slides as well. So this is all really good news for us. Really minimal difference, though, on the total impact to the bottom line. It's less than $200,000. Most of it is really on that restricted. You can go to the next slide for me, my friend. Oh, actually, why don't you stay there? You notice those differences in the books, supplies, and the services, right? Minus 2.5 million, minus 400,000. That's Prop 28 dollars that we were able, that went unspent, that will carry over into the next year, as well as some CTE dollars, some community school dollars as well. So those are all dollars that'll just drop down to the bottom line and be available for spending in the next year. But it is notable, right? Those were some significant dollars budgeted for spending that didn't get spent in the 4,000s and 5,000s, which is always it gets a bit of additional love and attention from folks. Okay, we can go to the next slide for me. Sorry?
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes.
I don't know if they're allotted like based by site, but if so, can we get like a report back on maybe which sites spent, which sites didn't, and how much was left over per site, if that's how this
Absolutely. We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. If you can go to the next slide for me, Joel. So here, just high level, is what our proposed budget for next year looks like. It does include all of the items that were approved as part of the fiscal solvency plan. It does reflect the major assumptions that we studied at our last fiscal study session. So the decline in enrollment, the decline in our underestimated pupil count, the decline in our ADA. Those are all, realistic assumptions that we've made based on our recent history, and we've continued to assume them, and they are all reflected here in the budget for us. The other item that I'll just note here for us is, as we know, there were a lot of changes to the programs and services that we're offering from this year to next. A lot of that impacted positions. And so we are continuing that process of reviewing and tightening position control. This week, we've got wonderful work happening between human resources and business services to ensure that every opportunity that we have to ensure that what we're expecting to be in the budget is what's in the budget and nothing extra. And so we will be running another snapshot of the budget, creating another budget model. I'm saying we, it's this gentleman right here who creates another budget model for us to review. But that's another piece. We can look for some adjustments between today's presentation and the final one that you'll actually be asked to adopt on June 24th. 24th, 28th. I'm off it. 24th. Okay. Okay. Next slide for me, Joel, please. All right. Here, one of the asks was to be able to separate our assumptions, particularly for our students, between our elementary and our high school, because they are a little different. And so you now, where you previously had one slide, you now have three that show the student data assumptions. So you can see the enrollment, the ADA, and our underestimated pupil counts for the elementary. If you go to the next slide, the high school, and then the next slide, combined, which is how we would typically present it. And so that data is now available to you that way, in case additional questions or thoughts come to you on those pieces. If you go to the next slide, we've got here our assumptions on all of the revenues. This is, obviously, we have both of our districts. We have to run 2 LCFF calculators for them, 2 LCAPs for them. All of those things are true, but we do use primarily the same assumptions for both of those, for both our elementary and our secondary school district. And if you go to go back real quick. Just reminder, we didn't use the super COLA as part of our assumption. We're just using the base. We will take the time to estimate what the cost of the pregnancy disability leave cost might be for us if it does come through as part of the Budget Act, and then we would include the augmented COLA in there. Next slide.
I prefer the term barely adequate COLA.
Yeah.
Since it just gets us above inflation. But I
barely
appreciate
worth
that.
mentioning, right? Yeah. Here we go. And here are our major expenditure assumptions that we like to just keep our eyes on. These are the major ones that impact our bottom line. And so we just want to make sure we keep those front and center for folks. All right. Next slide over for me, Joel, please. Here's what happens when we put it all together. Want to note a couple of things that I think are worth highlighting. So one, we see a nice growth in our LCFF revenues. Right, that is the result of the COLA, and then we do have the additional dollars that are coming in from the healthy growth of the charter schools that are projected, and so that gets reflected in there. The remaining revenues you see go down quite a bit. That's the result of those one-time dollars that we received in the current year that we know we're not going to receive in the next year, and so we do count those out. There are also some interesting things that happened. And so, for example, you may have noticed that there is an object code 8677 called Interagency Services. We received about $76,000 there in the current year, and then it's zeroed out next year. So that is the wonderful work of this gentleman again right here who doesn't let a dollar go by. The SELPA was a little delinquent in sharing some of our dollars with us. And so after some work and some reconciling, we received payments this year for some dollars that were owed to us from 23-24 and 24-25. And so it's reflected in the current year. Thank goodness we got our dollars. But we know we're not going to get it next year because it was a correction. So it's one-time dollars we received. It was a nice bump up. We appreciate it, but we know that's not going to continue for next year. So you don't see it in the next year out. Some other things you might have noticed, our lottery dollars actually go down a bit. Lottery dollars in the state of California are based on average daily attendance, and our ADA is going down. So our ADA goes down, and any dollars that are contingent on average daily attendance will also decrease. And so that's why our lottery dollars go down a little bit. It does reflect the changes in the SELPA funding model. So that drop of dollars for what we call our AB 602, our special education funding, that is reflected also in the budget. And then I want to just note a couple of things that I thought the 5,000s get a lot of love and attention. You'll notice there is a decrease of about things like $1.1 million. And so for some of us, we might feel like, oh, it's only $1.1 million. So one, it's $1.1 million, and I love that. Two, it's net of other increases, right? So for example, property and liability insurance is estimated to go up about $500,000. Utilities are going up about $300,000, right? So it's net of the increases. So it only goes down 1.1 million, but it does absorb all of those other increases that are those natural increases that the rest of us experience in our home budgets as well. Next slide over, my
Actually,
friend.
before we
Yep.
go off that, on the SELPA, when we're looking at the multi-year, so this reflects what would happen if we didn't go through with the formation of our own SELPA. So when we're seeing the red and the losses in year 3, when we actually finish completing the actions of forming our own SELPA, we'll see the revenue reversal and those changes at that point in time.
Yes, and we would see them effective 27, 28, right? It's July 1, 2027, where we're expected to make that change. One of the asks the last time around was to come up with a SELPA MYP. We're working on that to figure out what is that going to look like for us. And as we get closer, so maybe the 45-day revise, maybe the first interim, we'll be able to show you this is what that's going to look like and how it would actually change our budget. Yeah. Do you want to go to the next slide over? Here we have what the bottom line looks like altogether. Right, so we can see we are in the next year plus the next 2, we will meet our 3% reserve and then some. Right, so we're going to have that opportunity to rebuild. And so long as we're holding tight to what we said we were going to do, we're going to get there. And I want to note, this is, again, not reflective of some of that good news that we're anticipating. I think with every passing day, it feels like it's going to be the likelihood of getting really good news with the Budget Act seems to move from possible to probable. And so it just really it's going to give us an opportunity over the summer to just get excited about what we might be able to recreate with some of those dollars, in particular those special education ones. As we think about how do we want to ensure that we're ensuring that the kids are getting their teaching and learning happening in the least restrictive environments. I'm going to go to the next slide. Here are those dollars, right? Like this is notable. I look at that potential of $10 million in the student support and professional development discretionary block grant, right? And the way that one reads is we can use it for student support services, we can use it for professional development, or we can use it for anything else. It is really, truly unrestricted. This is one of those ways that the state ensures that they don't give us dollars on an ongoing basis that we can plan on. So we get it on a one-time instead, which makes it a little harder to plan for. But we know we have enough one-time needs. We know we need technology refresh. We know we need to start contributing toward OPEB or other post-employment benefits. And so these are the sorts of dollars we can start thinking about. How do we fund those? How do we fund our aspiration of having a 10% reserve, right? These are the sorts of dollars we want to use for those purposes. And we have time to think about how do we do that. Next slide over, my friend. Gosh. So here, this is an improvement over where we were at third interim. At third interim, we were expecting to end the year at about 5.7, and now we're at 8.7, right? And that's that tightening of those budgets where they're not going to spend. And if you go over to the next slide, at third interim, we were expecting to end next year at about 3.5 million. So here we see another pretty dramatic improvement. This is the direct result of making those ongoing budget reductions. Those ongoing budget reductions, they're slow for us in terms of being able to see the impact because we have to get through the July payroll first and then the August payroll next. But where we end in June, May and June are the months that matter. In May and June, we can only rely on ourselves. We can't rely on anyone else. The county's not going to lend us any money. The state is willing to, but they call that an emergency loan, and then they come in and take over, right? So May and June, remember those months. Those are the months we have to be able to live on it within our own means. Next slide over, my friend. So one of the asks was to be able to see what our charter schools look like specifically and wanting to get a sense of what their financial health is. And so Joel, I'll hand over this part to you.
Thank you, Luz. So yeah, the charters, we oversee 4 dependent charter schools. We're here looking at Santa Rosa French American Charter School. So French charter schools multi-year projection, we show some of the assumptions used in those, and they use the similar assumptions that our district uses as far as those may revise governor's budget proposal items are not included in here as well. They'll see benefits for that. But you can see Santa Rosa French American Charter continues to show fiscal stability as a result of their current budget multi-year projection. They do project a growth, a pretty significant growth in student population. We work with the charters. They gave us their student projections for next year, and you'll see a trend in that growth in all our charter schools. You can see their enrollment increasing, and as a result, their ADA charter schools are funded on current year only, so they don't get that hold harmless, but they also have no attendance boundaries, so they're able to attract students from greater distances, and some years, mostly they have waiting lists. So again, fiscal stability and a pretty healthy reserve, but without that hold harmless, and for other purposes, they're having a healthy reserve is crucial for charter schools. Again, then we move on to CCLA. Similar growth in projected enrollment, fiscal stability. Their fiscal stability is improving with that growth. We'll really dial in their budgets with their growth as well, as far as what they'll see in their expenditures, but their current year multi-year projection, fiscal stability. Moving on to Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. So they've had less fiscal stability over the years. So you're going to see current year, they are living on their revenues within their means. So they can't afford to see any real hiccups, but their budget is projected to end this year. Then they as well have projected growth, which is going to help them financially. One thing, they are not fully affording their district oversight fees. So you can see 25, 26, they're ending with a zero balance. But if we charge them the full fees, they would not have the means to fund those. Then we're in 26, 27 with the projected growth in enrollment. They are rebounding fiscally, building a reserve. But then in 27, 28, we start to charge them those full fees, and you can see they come back down. So there is some work to do with Arts Charter. The school works closely with our business department on maintaining those, on working out their finances and building programs that they can fiscally sustain. They are a unique school in that they do not have a large unduplicated, underserved pupil count. So they live on mostly on their base grant. And then moving on to Santa Rosa Accelerated Charter, fiscal stability. They show a flat line enrollment, but you know they have a very efficient operation. They have a lower unduplicated underserved population, lower so that, but Arts Charter has not a low. They've got right in enough to where they've got to afford some. They've got to provide services, but not a lot to do a school-wide program. So again, Accelerated Charter, very fiscally stable.
And here you can just see the activity as results in for all of the other funds that we have. I'll just note our fund, where's our Fund 40, right? You can see the reserve for that one drops down dramatically. But remember, we're planning on only taking that $920,000 for a couple of years, and then we're going to stop transferring those dollars out of Fund 40 so that we can rebuild and we can fund those needs as well. One of the wonderings in the back of my head that I've started to just think about is, do the one-time dollars maybe allow us an opportunity to end it 1 year earlier than we otherwise would have, right? So instead of we did current year +2, maybe it's current year +1 instead. So it's one of the options we might consider as we think about those one-time dollars. Next slide over. all of the areas we're continuing to monitor and think about, including the implementation of the fiscal stabilization work that was done. I think one other outstanding question that I had was about the 55% on the classroom expenditures activities. We don't have it for today, but we will prepare it in time for our next board meeting where you'll actually be taking action on the board, on the budget. And happy to take any questions.
So I want to heavily limit our questions because we have several must-pass items. So anything that you're willing to have answered between now and the next meeting would be preferred. But there's something absolutely burning tonight. Trustee Dufasi?
Well, I had more than two, so I'll do some of those in writing, but two questions real quick. If I understood the charts right, the arts charter, if they're not covering their district responsibility, in my mind, that means we're subsidizing that charter. Is that a fair characterization?
I think that's fair.
Thank you. And how is the California CPI number calculated? Because I see it drops into 2 something, which that's not going to happen. So how do you do that?
So we don't do that. The CPI, actually, if you go to some of those major assumptions there, they're a combination of the Department of Finance in our working hand in hand, not arm in arm, hand in hand with the LAO, Legislative Analyst Office. And where we ultimately pull the data from is from the School Services of California. They create a document called the Dartboard, and that has all of the major assumptions for us to use. We get the go-ahead from the County Office of Ed, who puts together what is called the Common Message, and they essentially suggest to us what are the primary assumptions we should be using. So we don't create the CPI. The CPI is calculated.
Okay, we probably have room for 1 or 2 more questions. I'm going to go Trustee De La Torre and then Medina, and then Kirby.
So since this is proposed and we're not taking action on anything tonight, I'm curious on where the expenses for decisions made tonight or decisions going to be made tonight, where they're going to fall into play. Will those be calculated before we take action since it's stuff moving forward or no?
Which decisions are we?
In the special ed.
Are you referring to the employment contracts or?
The stipends?
Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. Sorry. Thank you.
We approved some money coming out going forward, and I'm curious where that's going to be in the proposed budget because it is significant.
So earlier in the action, the board approved stipends for student board members and for the board, for the trustees. So those are unrestricted general fund dollars.
Yes, and our budget already includes what existed before today. If the board has taken action, we could certainly make an attempt to revise it to be reflected next time round. If we're unable to, it would be the 45-day revise. But if it's important, we can certainly try to get it in for this next round before.
I think it's as important as getting the rest of the document done as well, because the 45-day revise will come with a lot of changes. So I'd say do your best, but you have a lot of required things legally that need to go in here first. Trustee Medina and then Kirby.
Thank you. My question just revolves around, I saw the funds, and recently we were notified Made in Santa Rosa Foundation was dissolving, and we had contributed a lot of money to that. I don't know if we're asking for them to maybe look at recontributing to us, and if so, would we need to establish a foundation fund, or because I don't think our scholarship fund is similar to that.
So we'll ask for a status update on the funds from the Made in Santa Rosa Foundation's closure to come back with the budget approval. Thank you, Trustee Medina. Trustee Kirby?
Quickly, since Trustee Fossey brought it up, the arts charter that they're not paying their full thing, are they going to owe that to us, or is that some debt that is forgiven?
I would create a liability for it. Yeah, so that we know when they're able to repay, we come up with a collection plan, a payment plan.
And I know based on your last presentation from last time with the required 55% spending, between the two districts combined, or is this budget going to fall in that category, with the salaries?
Of meeting the CEA, we
Right.
expect it will, yes. We expect it will.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right. So, and as a reminder, we are also the Arts Charter Board. So when we say they, it actually means us. And I think a part of this is that we need to take a deliberate responsibility for having not intentionally and transparently governed the charter schools the way we should have been up until now. So I think a part of building that is things like setting intentional reserve policies for each of the charters, perhaps reflecting best practices for small school districts, that are different than when you consider a whole district. Accelerated Charter has a very large percentage number for their reserves, but we wouldn't want them to necessarily fall below that because they're so small. That's why small school districts are there. So I'm hoping that this leads to intentional policy work at the Finance Committee around that. Thank you both for your presentation. We're going to move the agenda. Let's move to item C. Don't go far, which is approval of newly established Fund 20 special revenue funds. Luce, that's you. Fund 20. You're both on this one. Just stay right where you are. And this, I believe, is a recommendation coming in from the Finance Committee. So we already have a motion and a second on it.
Could we remove the presentation from the Zoom?
Oh. We're working on it. So we have a recommendation before us in order to adopt a Fund 20. And Luce, if you could explain what that means.
Yes, so Fund 20 is an opportunity to fund our OPEB liability, our other post-employment benefit liability, without putting it into an irrevocable trust. So a plus of it, and it's the primary plus for me, is that it allows us to retain control of our cash while being responsible and starting to pre-fund that liability, right? So we're doing, right, 2 gold stars there. So one, we're going to be able to, we're funding a liability that is real, that exists, that we haven't been funding yet. And 2, it allows us to contain control of the cash, which I would just submit for us for the next 3 to 5 years, we probably want to do. We still want to retain that control. And then eventually down that line, the next 5 to 10 years, we start looking at how do we transfer some of those dollars into an irrevocable trust bit by bit. I would not go 100% at it. You just adjust a little bit year over year.
And one of the main reasons that this is, I believe, really important to me is it currently, the way that we practice this is we are taking funds from future students in order to have these benefits be present today. And this gives us an ability to make sure that we're spending current year dollars on the current year students instead of taking from the students that are going to come in the future and pay for these liabilities. So it's a good step in the direction for our strategic priority 3 of fiduciary responsibility, and appreciate the work that's brought this here. Other questions and comments? Trustee De La Torre?
So I'm curious, what would we use to fund this? And if we weren't funding this, what opportunities would we have for that funding elsewhere?
So when I think about some of those one-time dollars that the districts receive, right, this year, this current year, next budget year, those one-time dollars are, they're primed for these sorts of purposes. I think overall, it is an ongoing contribution we want to aim to make. We're just not there yet. But we do have this set up within our system right now to charge our payroll for OPEB. We just don't do anything with the balance that sits there. We use it back. We credit ourselves back for what we're charging. I would love to tell you that come unaudited actuals this year, right, when we start closing the books, I would love to see, can we not do that this year? Can we start that process of contributing it? Given the minus 4 million that we're still at, probably not this year. But for next year, I do think we want to make that shift so that we don't take credit back for what we're charging. And instead, we actually move those dollars directly into Fund 20 is the move I would recommend.
Just trying to get clarity on record because it's a pretty, optically, it's a really hard position to be in that we've had to make so many reductions and cuts and decreases, yet we may have some funds to start building a reserve. And just want to make sure people are hearing that it's could potentially be the one-time funds to help start this account to better position ourselves in the future when, you know, a lot of people look at this of you're getting funding to fund this opportunity, but that could have been funding to save positions or save programs or save something else. So if we can try and be clear as to where this funding's, where we're hoping this funding is going to come from to appropriately fund this and not hurt us somewhere else.
So yes to that. And I would also add to it that the funding of Fund 20 or eventually an irrevocable trust, it is to pay for the health and welfare benefits of our retirees, right? So you give so many years to the system, we promise you in a collectively bargained agreement that we're going to pay for your health and welfare benefits upon retirement. What we've done currently is we've just sort of looked people in the eye and say, I promise I will. I promise when the bill comes due and you retire, I promise I will. And essentially what the GASB statement said that required us to show this liability, they told us, and this was, 15 years ago? It wasn't yesterday. It's been a minute since that GASB statement was released. They said, your promise is insufficient. You have to fund it. So we are not in a lot of good company for districts who don't fund it already. Most school districts have an irrevocable trust. Most school districts have moved beyond the Fund 20, right? So we're playing catch up on this one. And it is, again, to pay for the health and welfare of the retirees of this organization, right? For when they give to us, they retire. We've said, I promise isn't good enough. We have to put the dollars aside.
Trustee Medina, and then Dufossi, and then I have a comment, and Trustee Kirby, I'm sure, is in there as well.
I'm totally supportive of this. I think it's, as Luz mentioned, it's kind of essential for the health of the district and just seeing what's happening in other places like the county. I'm curious in terms of monitoring or accountability or, collaboration with our labor partners. Is there some additional process that needs to be set in place, like some review thing annually or something where folks are just looking at the health of it or what we should be doing better or not that provides input? Is that?
That's it. I love the question. Two thoughts come to mind. So one, it can become a standard part of our regular reporting, right? So where we highlight Fund 20 as one of we spend most of our time on the general fund. Generally speaking, if one of our funds starts to get in trouble, we'll then start talking about that fund. We could do that with Fund 20, just highlight as that as one of the funds during the budget adoption, during first interim, during second interim. Another option is one I've enjoyed doing at school districts, which is just having an annual presentation on the long-term liabilities that a district has, right? It's that opportunity to really look at what are the things that we owe, not just what the activity happening in the current year, but those things that we have to think about for the next 20 to 30 that we know we owe, and we should be thinking about, how am I going to pay this? How am I going to cover this? How do I ensure I have sufficient dollars so we don't get stuck in a position where suddenly we have a bill to pay?
Trustee Dufossi?
Oh, I was just going to add, if I
Sorry.
think that in addition to that, if we could have something that is also developed that's part of either a board manual or something that has some context, because board members, we come and go constantly. And like you said, this is long-term, some sort of like educational material that's developed around this fund that serves as a resource and part of like that required education that we should have, I think would be important.
Thank you. Yes.
Trustee Dufassi?
Yeah, I just want to throw in how important this is. I mean, Lou's hit it right. These are benefits that we promised our employees when they retire that they're going to get. And it should be a cautionary tale. As a former County of Sonoma employee, when I was hired in '84, the county promised me family lifetime medical in retirement. And then in 2008, they showed up and said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. So I went from paying $200 a month to my current $1,950 a month in retirement. Every month, I'm writing a check to Kaiser for almost $2,000. That's what happens when you don't fund OPEB. And I don't think our retirees want to face that, because it wasn't only those of us that were still working that lost it. It was every single retiree for the County of Sonoma that had been retired. Some have been retired 30 years and they lost their benefit. So this is a big deal, and I appreciate you putting this front and center and us talking about it. Thank you.
And I'll just add that this is a part of the Finance Committee's original work plan and identifying structural challenges for the district in order to get ahead of the next crisis during the current one. And I believe that we'll actually see some additional fund and other considerations like this in order to make sure that we're accounting for the liabilities that we are creating in the current year, and actually funding them for the future so that we don't have them take away from students in the future. We need to stop mortgaging against future students. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I look forward to actually putting dollars in it once we create it. There's no need for a motion and a second. It's a recommendation from the committee. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dufassi.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Vice President Prack.
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With everyone's consent, I'm going to do a quick adjustment to the calendar because I'm anticipating a lack of discussion, and we have some must-pass things in the next 26 minutes. So we're going to move to item 5, the governance calendar. Unless there's any objection, seeing none, open up public comment on the governance calendar. Do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment.
I see no public comment. We'll move to approval of resolution of the governing board elections for November of 2026. Moved by Trustee Dufassi.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dufassi.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Vice President Prack. President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. No, I'm okay if they don't pass. We're now going to move to item 4, human resources calendar. Public comment on the human resources calendar.
There's no public comment.
All right, beautiful. We'll now move into the human resources calendar. Items B, C, and D do not require oral readings. Is there any discussion on items B, C, and D? Can I receive a
Motion to approve B, C, and D.
Moved by Trustee De La Torre. Seconded by Trustee Dufassi. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Dufassi.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Vice President Prack. President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item E, oral recommendation regarding Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, salary and fringe benefits. Dr. Zanz is providing the oral recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Now that you skipped over all of those, I need to find it. So let me find.
It's considered quickly, not skipped.
Yes, considered quickly. Okay, so I am bringing forward the contract for Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. And I am finding my agreement and I am finding the superintendent's agreement. And so apparently Dr. McCarty does not get an agreement.
That's okay. While you find that one, I'm going to go to item F, and I'll ask Superintendent August Hume to provide the oral recommendation on item F.
Thank you, President Caston. I would like to recommend approval of the employment contract for the 26-27 school year for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dr. Vicki Zanz. A couple of things I want to call out is that this does include the compensation concessions approved by the board on October 22nd, 2025, including a reduction of 1 workday, a 50% reduction in the automobile stipend, and a reduction of 10 vacation days and suspension of vacation payout provisions. The revised contract agreements based on that, no change from last year's revision, $191,591.31 for 224 work days. It does provide the assistant superintendent with the same access to health, dental, and vision benefits as other management employees. And the $1,800 revised reimbursed annual stipend for automobile-related expenses. It also does provide that Dr. Zanz receives a $1,200 stipend for recognition of a master's and also one for doctorate.
I received the oral recommendation. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the contract for Dr. Zanz.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Kirby, seconded by Trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Dufasi.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Vice President Prack.
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Are we ready to go back to item E?
Yes, I am ready. Okay, so I am bringing forward to you the employment agreement between Santa Rosa City Schools and Dr. Tim McCarty for the position of Assistant Superintendent, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The contract is for $59,565 for 69 and a half work days to be worked during that span of time. The assistant superintendent will accrue 12 days of sick leave per year. However, will not be receiving an automobile stipend or vacation payout. Neither will it include the stipend for the master's degree and the doctorate.
I would move it for acceptance.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dufasi, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dufasi.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Thanks for helping us out. Aye.
Yes.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina. Vice President Prack.
Aye.
President Caston.
A very grateful aye. So that motion passes unanimously. At this point, I am going to ask to suspend the calendar because I intend to run the rest of the time out on item G. So if I could get a motion on J 1 and 2 for approval of the minutes.
Motion.
All right, moved by trustee Delatorre, seconded by trustee Dufasi. Any objections to approving the minutes? Seeing none, they both approved unanimously. We'll now return up to item 4G, which is the action oral recommendation regarding Superintendent Sally Fringe Prenovitz. And I get the honor of introducing this one. So Government Code Section 54953 requires that all executive employment agreements be orally summarized for the public with salary and benefit information. While we've attached the actual agreement as part of the board meeting document package, we're going to comply with the law. The board is offering Dr. Thomas a 3-year contract for a 222-day per year work calendar. The contract will begin on July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. The proposed salary is $275,000 annually. The contract also provides that the superintendent shall receive the same raise as provided to the certificated unit in years 2 and 3 of the contract. The salary increases are based upon the superintendent earning an overall satisfactory evaluation and shall be voted on each year in a public session of a regularly scheduled meeting before becoming effective. The superintendent shall receive the same health and welfare benefits under this contract that are offered to the other certificated management employees in the district. The contract provides for a district contribution of $5,000 annually to a 403B or a 457 plan as designated by the superintendent. The buyout provisions of the employment agreement provide a no more than 3 months in buyout in year 1 and no more than 9 months in buyout in years 2 and years 3. That concludes the oral summary of the employment agreement. I am going to ask Dr. Thomas to come down after we take action, and we'll use the rest of the time for that, but I would like to make sure we get action done, so if I could have a motion in a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Delatorre and a second from trustee Dufasi. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Dufasi.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Vice President Prack.
Aye.
President Caston.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. And with that, I do want to move to discussion on this item, even though we already voted on it. Invite Dr. Thomas to come down and enjoy these last 16 minutes of this meeting with us.
Sorry, I will be very brief. Even though I guess I could take your time, but we don't need to do that. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve the city of Santa Rosa and the Santa Rosa City Schools. I have been already very warmly welcomed into the Santa Rosa City Schools family. Santa Rosa is very familiar to me. I grew up nearby, and I think I have probably swam in every pool, run every track, played in every gym, and played on every court here, probably in the county, but certainly here in the city. I also have family who attend our schools. I have friends whose kids attend our schools. And so it's also not only familiar, but it's personal. I am really looking forward to building on a lot of the hard work that has happened. There is a lot of hard work still to go. For me, that's going to be about collaborating with our teachers, with our principals, with our students, with our families, and with all of you to really build, sustain, and support the schools that we know our kids deserve and that we want to deliver on the promise of public education here in Santa Rosa City. So thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to working with all of you. I am ready to get to work, but not until July 1st.
Well, I just want to congratulate you and thank you again for your willingness to serve. I'm going to give a chance for our board because we all like to say a few words, and this is one of those positive moments to welcome someone to the community and to our family up here. So I'm sure we will use the time up that you graciously left us. Trustee Delatorre.
Hello again, Dr. Thomas. Welcome. And welcome to the opportunity that lies ahead. Words like difficult, insurmountable, crisis. These are all things that you've stepped into and you've stepped into willingly. You've applied for this position. You knew what you were getting yourself into, and I really look forward to the opportunity to get to know you and collaborate and create wins and create solutions for problems that did not just happen overnight, and opportunities that we're hoping will provide solvency and steadfastness for our students, for our staff, for our community, and for Santa Rosa City School Districts to re-blossom into new beginnings and new opportunities that we can all truly be proud of. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you for joining us, and look forward to working with you to get things right.
Trustee Kirby?
Also, add my welcome. Enjoyed getting to talk with you this morning, I guess it was, about an hour. Not long enough. I know I talked too much. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, just to continue on with what Jeremy said there. There's a lot of work to be done here. You know, we've started the process. It's not going to happen overnight. We're looking for some continuity, some stability, and we hope that you find a home here and stay here a long time to help build this to the place that we know it can be successful. So again, welcome aboard.
Trustee Jenkins?
Welcome. Nice to see you again. It's been so long. I had the opportunity to also chat with you earlier today. I appreciate that. Really just welcome. Good luck with our town of fun. I look forward to the opportunities that your expertise and your experience brings to our community. Another lens, an outside perspective, but also from the inside. So that's really, really exciting. I look forward to our work together. And again, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues as far as the stability, the consistency. We're in it together, and we're continuing to rebuild that community and the trust within our community. And so welcome along.
Trustee Prack?
Hello. I look forward to getting to know you and to learning what your vision is for our district and what your 5-year short-term goal and your long-term goal are. And I'm hoping that you can build a better, stronger, more cooperative relationship with our certificated and classified staff and help us bring back enrollment.
Trustee Dufasi?
Thank you. Welcome. I'm very excited about having you here. I'm new to the board myself, so we'll learn some together, but perhaps even though you're way ahead of me in most areas. So I look forward to getting to know you better. And I also talk a lot, and being Italian, my hands will start flapping, so you'll just have to get used to it.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Doctora Thomas, bienvenida y gracias por tomar la decisión de trabajar con nosotros. Me espero poder reunirme con usted pronto ya que regrese y invitarla a conocer nuestros estudiantes, nuestras familias, nuestra comunidad. Pero es un honor y un placer tenerla aquí con nosotros. Y muchas gracias por escogernos.
Well, welcome again. Thank you for being here. I know we'll be seeing a lot more of you after July 1st, but I also appreciate that you were able to be here for this meeting and to start meeting many of the people that you're going to be working with when you come and join us. So we're all very excited. I know personally the work that you've done with many different types of grade model configurations is a lot of the work that we're working through right now, and I can't wait to hear your ideas on implementing a lot of the things that we've started. So you have quite the challenge cut out for you, and looking forward to it. With that, if there's nothing else, I'm going to actually go ahead and move us to adjournment. All right, we're adjourned.